All right, we got cars in the water box, and I will take Super Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. Pete Landseer's heating them up. The F-Stock automatic Duster. And Rick Green to his right. First round of qualifying here at the inaugural Rad Torque System Sports Nationals from beautiful Mission Raceway Park. My first time at this facility. What a fantastic place to do some drag racing. Pete was standing that thing up pretty good yesterday. He toned her down right there. Rick Green, let's go 001, 1022, 1234 at 106 for Green. 11:15 at 119 for Landseers. Your numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers as of this very moment. Look at that. Take a screenshot. James Mantle and Brian Thompson going to give her a run here. Mantle out of Black, British Columbia. The V Stalker. Pacer. And Brian Thompson. 89 Fox body. The P Stalker. $13.76 at 98 mile an hour for Brian Thompson. $14.49 at 90 miles an hour for Mantle. And that's over a second under the index for James Mantle. So he'll move to the top of the board for now. Alf Weave and Pete Langner. All right, a quick reset of the computer. We are back in business here. Pete Legg and Alf Wheat. Beautiful 56 panel. Whole lot of car, not a whole lot of window. Big wheel stand from Alf, right-hand side. Sends it on down through there. .47 at 127 for Alf. 13.56 at 94 for Pete. Alf moving to the top of the board. Clarence Bidniak and John Basinski now. Clarence in the left, the B-Stock Automatic 70 Roadrunner. Basinski. Gorgeous 70 Cuda. Turn on a lot of wind lights in that Mopar. They're both looking pretty good up here. Bidniak, let's go 15:21 the reaction time for Basinski. 10:18 at 128 for Clarence. 10:78 at 120 for Basinski. So that'll move Basinski to the top of the board. The air, when I last looked at it, was -152 density altitude, so it's fast. You saw that yesterday. Top alcohol laying down some serious laps. Norm Weber and Steve Hahn now. The B-Stock Automatic Cuda, Steve Hahn, left-hand side. Weber. The 72 C-Stock Automatic Corvette. Good-looking hot rods right there. Hahn with the better reaction time. 10:30 at 126 for Steve. Weber clicks at 10:64 at 122. Put Steve in the 5 spot for now. And puts Weber in number 7 spot. Greg Keelman and Brian Seberg. Some guys I see quite a bit. Seberg in the left, the R-Stock Automatic Mercury Comet. And Keelman, the 69 F-Stock Automatic Chevy Camaro. They're both really excited to be here at the Canadian SPORTSnats. A little early on the tree. 11:51 at 112 for Greg. 13:18 at 82 mile an hour for Seberg. That'll slide Greg into the 10 spot for now. Seberg slides in at number 6 for the time being. Top 4, all over a second under the index. Gary Gandy and Barry Shaysgreen. Ran into Barry late last night at the hotel. It's good to see him. Factory stock Camaro and Gandy in that 79 Mustang. 9:07 at 147 for Shaysgreen. 14:08 at 93 for Gandy. Shaysgreen will slide into the number 6 spot for now. Bruce Floden and Derek Johnstone. Johnstone, the ragtop Q-Stock Automatic Impala, left-hand side. Floating the 1995 Q-Stock Dakota. Dakota's out front here. And at the top end, 1292 at 99 mile an hour for Floden. 1345 at 82 the number for Johnstone. So that'll put Floden all the way up into the 7 spot for now. Johnstone slides in at 13. James Boyce and Greg Marshall coming at you next. Marshall, the 88 Cutlass Supreme right-hand Stein, K-Stock automatic, and another K-Stocker to his left, James Boyce, that 88 Fox body notchback. Couple heads-ups right here to kick things off in qualifying number 1. Working our way towards the end of Stock Eliminated, we have called Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. If you're not there, we will take you now. Boyce, 1162 at 112, 1257 the number for Marshall at 81 miles an hour. Bazinski still sitting up on top, 106 under the index. Brad Burton and Peter Oliviero. Burton just grabbed a win at a big money race down in Woodburn this past weekend. The D-Stock Formula Firebird right-hand side, R Stock. 79 Capri for Oliviero. Nice wheel stand from Brad Burton. He's pretty good up front. And through the traps at 1064 and 121 miles an hour. 1309 at 98 for Peter. So Peter slides into the 6th spot. That'll put Burton number 9 for now. Jody Lang and Edward Hodder. Lang's in the wagon this weekend. Hodder, that factory stocker Camaro. Hodder was rolling the beams right there, so his reaction time doesn't look too high. But he gets a number at the top end, 1092 at 133, 1221 at 73 for Jody Lang. Want to let everybody know the Racers for Christ Chapel service on Sunday. Going to start at 7:30 a.m., top floor of the tower, and everybody is welcome. Little piece of debris on the track. They got that cleared out. Ashley Thompson and Diane Burton gonna wheel it down through there next. Diane's in the left, the E-Stock automatic 74 Formula Firebird. And Thompson in that 73 Corvette, the G-Stock automatic. Says here Diane's a retired princess. And I'll co-sign that. I mean, I don't know if she's retired yet. But she's a princess. And we love her. Thompson's 51 up front. And 1097 at 117. 1080 at 118 for Diane. That'll put Ashley up in the number 4 spot. 102 under the index. Nice lap from Ashley Thompson. Diane will slide in right behind Brad for the moment. Brad's sitting in the 10 spot. Diane slides in at number 11. And this will be the final stalker of Q1. It's Cody Lane. And he's pretty good at this stuff. The 2018 Copo. B factory stalker. Right trailers on board. Man, that thing leaves pretty. Smooth as butter. Cody Lane. Dialed in. He's 005 up front, 904 at 129 to finish things out. Your top 5 looks like this for now. John Buzinski, Clarence Bidniak, Alf Weeb, Ashley Thompson, and James Boyce. James Mantle right behind of them. All 6 of them over a second under the index here in Q1 as we move in to Super Street. Kerry Huber and Casey Ladd kicking things off here. Casey's in the left, that 67 Mustang. Beautiful, beautiful hot rod. The 70 Nova for Huber. And they both run it down there and put it 1090. Attention in the pits, Super Comp, Super Comp. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Comp, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Super Comp, 1 and 2. Both of them a little antsy up here on the starting line. That's okay. Roll a little in the box. They'll be all right. 1089 with an 8 for Stephen Vitch. We're 1091 with a 6 right-hand side. Doreen Dick and Larry Miner here. Miner's in the left, the beautiful 69 Camaro. And Doreen. Top end 1089 for Larry Miner. Doreen 1093 with an 8. She'll need to pick that thing up just a little bit. Jay Schmidt and Brad Vinge now. Vingy. I'm in a strange new land here, so there's some names that I'm gonna have to learn this weekend. Benny Schmidt, let's go 13 up front to the top end. 1088 with a 7 at 144. Benji, 1106, little off the number there at 148 miles an hour. Want to welcome anybody who's tuning in on the NHRA YouTube and NHRA.tv. Welcome to the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. Tony Hopkins and Fred Hoffman here. Hoffman's in that 67 Camaro right-hand side, and he has turned on a lot of wind lights in that car. Been racing it for a long, long time. Hopkins in the shoebox. 1092 with a 3 for Hopkins, 1087 at 131 for Fred Hoffman. Dustin Wards and Jess Dale now. Couple good-looking Dodge Darts right there. Love the vinyl top on Dustin's car. Your 2024 Division 6 Super Street champion. Finished number 2 in Division 7 last year. Both coming up out of the great state of Washington. Got to see a whole lot of Washington yesterday. It's a beautiful drive from the central Willamette Valley of Oregon up here to Mission Raceway Park. To a 21. Got us a little drag race right here. .1085 with a 3 for Ward. Jess way off the number. 1209 at 91 miles an hour. Lane Savar is a man after my own heart right now. That is a race car. Absolutely gorgeous 66 Chevy 2. That's how you build a race car right there. Got the Pro Street paint job, the old school Pro Mod wing on the back. Man, oh man. Coming up out of Puyallup, Washington. He's a really good race car driver, and he builds a pretty mean engine, too. Nicky Brown, right-hand side, in the 69 Camaro Roadster. Also, a pretty good-looking hot rod. Nicky a little early up here. 16 on the tree for Lane. Off the stop and to the top end we go. 1092 at 152 for Lane. 1094 at 156 mile an hour for Nicky Brown. If you're tuning in online and you're new to Super Street, it's just like Super Gas and Super Comp. It's just a little bit slower. But it's a whole bunch of cool hot rods. Once again, Super Comp to 1 and 2, please. Super Comp, if you're not headed to 1 and 2, we will take you now. Jeff Jackson runs it down there, 1090 with a 7 at 159 in the Mustang. 1089 with an 8 at 128 in the left. That's a nice little super street run right there. 12 up front. Warren Jacobson and Dustin Martin out. Just saw Dustin last week as well. He was in a $10,000 final round down at Woodburn. He's in the 67 Chevelle right-hand side. The 67 Chevy 2 of Warren Jacobson out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. Just down the road. And they're tuned up. Jacobson's 007. Dustin's 10 up here. They're off the stop. And in high gear, 1095 at 150 for Martin, 1091 at 140 for Warren Jacobson. So now it's Herman Chan and Aaron Durham. Chan out of Vancouver, British Columbia. Good looking 67 Camaro right there. 69 Nova for Durham in the right. At 132 for Aaron Durham. 1083 at 131 for Chan. Zerbrug and Alan Machem here. Machem, Division 6 champ. $10.92 at 145 for Machem. Zerbrug, $10.94 at 140 in the left. A couple guys right here that are pretty familiar with one another. Brian McGinnis and Matt Keelman. Matty rolled in here super late last night, the 70 Nova out of Washougal, Washington. He was also in a big money final round last week and came up just short to his good buddy Brad Burton. McGinnis. If there's a drag race anywhere within driving distance that he can enter, Brian McGinnis is probably in it. He's been traveling a bunch, bracket racing, NHRA racing, and he's really, really good at it. $10.95 at 128 for McGinnis. Keelman, $10.92 at 131. And that'll give way to Gary Erickson and Darren O'Connor now. O'Connor from Pinoca, Alberta, in the right. Good looking 77 Vega wagon that Darren's driving. Erickson in the Ford Probe out of Vancouver, Washington. See him a lot on Wednesday nights down at Portland International Raceway. Darren's a whole bunch early, but that's okay. Time trial number 1 here for Super Street well underway. 1088 at 144 for Erickson, 1119 at 139. So Darren's got some things to clean up before we get into eliminations. This is Zach Zerbrug and Jerry Brown. Zach's in the left, that 68 Camaro. Had him a pretty good season at Bremerton last year. Wound up the track champion, won the team race at ET Finals. Right here in Mission. Jerry Brown in the 71 Demon. Coming over from Sherwood, Alberta. They're off the stop and making the charge to the top end. 1043 at 131 for Jerry Brown. 1085 at 128 for Zerbrug. James Elliott, the 72 Maverick. We're just talking in the tower. When the Maverick's done right, it makes a mean-looking race car. And that's one of them right there. He a little late up front. Have to tune up the box a little bit. 1093 at 140 to finish out Super Street. So Super Comp coming your way. So just a quick touch up of the racetrack here, and we'll get back underway. So kicking things off here, the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. Rad Torque, a big name in drag racing, certainly a big name in this part of the world. Super proud to be sponsoring this weekend Sports Nationals, and just in general, a proud sponsor of NHRA racing. More than 30 years, Rad has been designing and manufacturing high-performance torque wrenches that are trusted by the industries around the world. Built locally, sold globally, Rad Torque Systems is proud to support racers, fans, and the future of drag racing in Canada. And you're looking at it right here, this inaugural and historic event here at Mission Raceway Park. It's a beautiful facility, and we have amazing conditions. You saw that in the test sessions yesterday in Top Alcohol. We got a whole bunch of people way under the index in Stock Eliminator. We've got all the makings for an absolute classic here in Mission this weekend. Kicking things off, Super Comp, Emmett McKillop and David Archambault. A class that is pretty typically dominated by dragsters. Out here on the West Coast, you get to see your fair share of door cars in this class, and I am here for it. McKillop's in the 2024 Diamond Dragster left-hand side, Dale Green machine-powered hot rod. Archambault, the 91 Prove out of Calgary, Alberta. Super stock, we will take you to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super stock, we will take you to staging lanes 3 and 4 at this time. We're looking for 890s here. Let it go, put it on the stop. Bring it off the stop, send it on down through there, put it 890. 885 at 176 for McKillop Archambault, 921 at 151. And that'll bring up the aforementioned Dale Green, left-hand side. Chris Stone to his right. Two different approaches at the same goal, and they both put it 892. The difference, about 60 mile an hour. Dale Green, 185, 129 for Stone in the door car. So one of them slows it down up here, the other one slows it down there. And it makes for an interesting look at the finish line. Warren Keane and Brandon Hutchison now. British Columbia natives right here. And you look at those two hot rods sitting next to each other, you see how things have evolved over the years. The twin strut wing on the 97 S&W of Keane. The 2022 American Shorty for Hutchinson. And they both put it 890. Paul Nero and Blue Hayball now. Paul Nero, a former top dragster world champion. Him and his wife Sandy traveling around this year, hitting a lot of events. Sandy's had a good start to the season so far in her roadster. Hayball coming up from Idaho, my home state. I hail from Oregon now, but born and raised in the beautiful state of Idaho. Hayball puts it 890 with an 8 at 183, 891 at 180 mile an hour for Nero. So they're both right in the ballpark. Hayball's 007 up front. He's looking pretty good. 15 total in your first time shot. Not too shabby for Blue Hayball. Rod Belsham and Bobby Gordon now. Gordon's in the left. Coming all the way down from Anchorage, Alaska. Belsham. Coming over from Prince, British Columbia in his shorty dragster. Belsham's a thou from Perfect to the red side. And then 938 at 149. Gordon, 920 at 160. So both of them a little off the pace right there. They'll have to get those things tuned up. They got one more shot around lunchtime. And then they'll have another this afternoon. Mark Loftus and Stephen Horton now. Horton's in the right out of Port Washington. Loftus in the left out of Sumner, Washington. So these guys are no strangers to one another. Also a foul from perfect to the wrong side. Horton misses a little up front and then puts it 890 with a 7 at 164. 885 at 167 for Loftus. Reed Holland and Justin Bond. Yes, that Justin Bond. Reed's in the right, Justin's in the left. They're both a little early. Justin made the decision to come hang out with us here at Mission Raceway Park instead of driving his Pro Mod out of Bristol. So that's pretty cool. He's 890 with a 7. Holland's 890 with a 2. They're both a little early on the tree. They clean it up front, and they are in business here this weekend. Emily Gerard and Mark Gillespie coming at you now. Gerard's in the left out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. The 2002 undercover Rad Torque Systems on board. And Gillespie. Once again, super stock. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Super stock, if you're not headed this way, please do so now. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Stop and headed to the top end. 885 at 173 for Gerard. Gillespie clicks at 880 at 179. James Cowie and Selena Linehan now. Cowie's in the left. That Mundy's towing machine out of Surrey, British Columbia. Selena comes up from Kirkland, Washington. 2008 American chassis. Off to stop way before Cowie. Cowie built a lot of steam at the top end. 893 at 183. Selena Linehan's 881 at 165. So Greg Taylor and Andy Morris now. Taylor's in the left, coming up out of Olympia, Washington. Morris in the right. Just saw him last weekend at Woodburn Drag Strip. It's a busy month here in the Pacific Northwest. They are both tuned up front. Taylor's 006, Andy's 003. Taylor puts it 893 at 174. Morris a little off the number there, 923 at 172. Andy Beck and Chris Cannon now. Cannon's in the roadster, right-hand side. Beck. Out of Tacoma, Washington to his left. D6 Super Comp champion all the way back in 2018. Won the Northwest Nationals the year prior. He's a little late up front, runs down there, puts it 893 at 170. Cannon way off the pace, 1109 at 94 mile an hour. Dylan Howe and Ryan O'Connor backing it up right now. O'Connor out of Ponoka, Alberta. Rat Torque Systems on board, Tech Forestry, Ben Racing, Caribou Electric, and Howe out of Junction City, Oregon to his right. Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach Center. Justin Lamb Racing, always behind Dylan Howe. Dad Bryant set a track record here yesterday in his funny car. He's just a touch early on the tree. And Brian's a little late. They're off the stop and headed to the big end. 895 for O'Connor at 183. 884 the number for Howe at 185. Tori Lee and Justin Jewell backing it up. Lee's in the left out of Sun, Arizona, the 03 Mullis chassis. He's a 3-time Division 6 Super Comp champion. And Jewell out of Spokane, Washington, in the 09 American. First the 3 time shots for these folks here today. You see the 61. Tori Lee, the reigning D6 champion. Hoping to grab the first ever Canadian SPORTSnats Super Comp trophy this weekend. 888 at 175. Jewel's a little off the pace. 965 at 136. So that'll close out Super Comp. We're getting ready to move into the Super Stockers. They are in the lanes and ready to go. Top Dragster, put you on standby. I will call you next in just a few minutes. I want to thank Vision One, too. If you haven't tried this stuff, make sure you do. I got a chance to try it last weekend. It's pretty good stuff. You've been at the shop all day. You've been at the track all day. Your hands are probably dirty. They're cracked. They're beat up. And that's when you need Vision One hand cleaner. But developed by doctors, it's heavy-duty stuff, but it's made with natural oils. They're designed to clean all that tough grease, all that nasty stuff you get on your hands, but they don't kill your skin, right? A lot of times I just reach over for the race gas, and it works really good, but it leaves the hands in pretty rough shape. So leave the race gas alone. Grab you some Vision One. Really, really good stuff. You can go to vision1handcleaner.com. Go check them out on Facebook. You tear up enough stuff at the racetrack. Don't tear up your hands. here we go. Super stock Q1. Larry Peterson and Greg Amore. Amore's in the right. The factory super stock D Ford Mustang. The 66 Nova for Peterson in the left out of Eugene, Oregon. And he is rolling slow. 930 at 146 for Amore. Puts him 59 under the index. So for the moment, for a very short moment, Greg will be our first number one qualifier. Troy Olszanowski and Brian Thompson. Olszanowski in the long roof, left-hand side. The O automatic super stock out of Edgewood, Washington. Brian Thompson coming up from Federal Way in the M automatic notchback Mustang. $11.64 at 92 for Olszanowski. Thompson, $11.71 at 94. And just like that, Greg Amore is no longer your number one qualifier. Top dragster, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top dragster, we will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2. Bill Bushmaker and Ken Johnson now. Bushmaker left-hand side, the 74 CUDA M automatic. Johnson out of Delta, British Columbia. Q automatic 55 Chevy. Wheels to the sky for Bushmaker. He's a little late on the tree, but that doesn't really matter here today. To the top end. 1098 at 119 for Bushmaker, 1110 at 118, and that will put Bill Bushmaker in the number one spot for the time being, 86 under. Brad Burton and Rick McKinney now. Burton's in the right. The GTG automatic super stocker, you see the number 5 on the window. Two-time world champion, recent $5,000 champion down at Woodburn. Rick McKinney to his left in the 96 Camaro. He's got 4 national event finals, 1 win. He's looking to grab number 2 this weekend. Burton, 926 at 143, shoots it right to the top of the board. Rick McKinney, 1039 at 127, will slide him in at the 2 spot. So 113 under the index is the current number. And Brad Burton's the guy with it. His dad, bringing out the new Pontiac Sunfire right-hand side. That's a GTD automatic. And Maurice Blendheim to his left in the 70 Nova. The E-automatic super stocker. Burton, off and running. That thing is fast. 902 at 128 for Scott. 1083 at 117 for Blendheim. So Scott will slide right in behind Brad in the 2 spot. For now, that'll put Blendheim in the 9 spot. They're both looking pretty good up here on the tree. 1075 at 97 mile an hour for Dave Jung. 1153 at 113 for Marshall. Rod Stoltz and Oliver Baxter now. Baxter left-hand side, the GTL Monte Carlo. Stoltz in that S10 pickup, the GT. Baxter's 008 up here, charging it on down there. Scoreboard says 1022 at 129 for Baxter, 1182 at 81 miles an hour for Stoltz. Not the number that Rod was looking for. Nick Shepard and Jody Lane now. Shepard had that car down at Woodburn this last weekend, and it was spicy. Putting it on the bumper, a little bit of rear steer in that thing. He had his hands full, but he turned on a few wind lights in that Cavalier, the GTE automatic. Lang in the L automatic, 81 Malibu. Once again, Top Dragster, we have called you to lanes 1 and 2. Top Dragster, we have called you to lanes 1 and 2. Scoreboard says 929 at 139 for Shepard. 1106 at 87 mile an hour for Jody Lang. So that'll slide Jody Lang to the 12 spot for the time being. Puts Nick Shepard at number 5. Brad Burton, still the only one who's over a second under the index, sitting in the number 1 spot. Doug Thomas and the real Ty Gaynor. Brand new bullet under the hood of that hot rod for Ty. The GTD Cobalt. And Thomas in the left. The GTH automatic 3rd gen Camaro. Top end says 916 at 148 for Ty Gaynor. Thomas, 989 at 131 mile an hour. So Ty Gaynor slides into the 6th spot. Thomas will slide into the 11th spot. And that will close out Q1 of Super Stock. You know, you've all invested a lot of time, a lot of money into your racing operations, your toter home, your trailer, the race car, all the stuff inside the trailer. But did you protect it? Make sure you do. Make sure you get a hold of Larice Motorsports Insurance. Been getting exposed to these guys a lot over the last couple years as I've traveled around the country to big money bracket racing events. And every single one of the people I've dealt with there, whether it's Kerry Carr or any of the other independent agents, have treated me top notch, and they'll do the same for you. They're changing the game. They're bringing the first insurance policy designed for racers by racers. Over 80 years of combined experience in the insurance industry, and more than 60 years of combined experience in drag racing. So they understand insurance, and they understand what you're doing with your drag racing. They have really broad policies, provide all kinds of different coverage, fills all kinds of gaps that some of your other insurance cannot fill. Countless racers across the country trust Larice Motorsports Insurance to protect their investments. Call them today. Let their expert staff help you protect yours. So top 5 super stock looks like this. Brad Burton, Scott Burton, Rick McKinney, William Bushmaker, and Nick Shepard. So we're about to send some real fast hot rods down through here. So we are going to get the tractor out, get this track tuned up, and then we are going to move into Top Dragster. Top Dragster been a topic of conversation out there on the interwebs this week. It's been fun to listen to people going back and forth. One of my favorite classes, driving the stripe at 180 mile an hour. One of my favorite places to stand in all the world is on top of the roof on the little drink stand down in Vegas at the finish line for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. We got time to pay another bill. And I want to tell you about competition products. You probably know about them. Maybe you don't. I know when we put my big block together a few years back, I was on the phone with those guys just about every day for the first few weeks. And they got me hooked up with everything I need. They can be your source as well for hardcore engine parts. They offer the largest selection of drag racing engine parts anywhere, and they do it at the best prices. They got a low price guarantee, free shipping on orders over $150. Why would you ever shop anywhere else? Build it better, build it for less. Go to competitionproducts.com. Give them a call on the phone. They have what you need, and if they don't, they can probably find it. So bringing the tractor back around to the top end, headed back this way. Talk about it being fast this week. We saw the records yesterday. We saw some pretty quick times here this morning. We're about to see some more. Density altitude finally above zero. We're finally out from underneath the ocean. 224 current density altitude, 63% humidity, 30.12 on the barometer. That's how you go fast. Sitting on the banks of the Fraser River here in beautiful Mission, British Columbia. For the very first Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals, we got a whole counter full of Diamond Wallies. We'll be handing out this weekend. We commemorate the 75th anniversary of the National Hot Rod Association. These things are beautiful. Here we go, Top Dragster, presented by Wright Trailers. Justin Dalhanick and Tammy Peugeot. Justin's in the left. R&D Trailer Rentals, MKS Trailer and Equipment. Competition Eliminator, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Comp Eliminator, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Tammy Peugeot, right-hand side. Rad Torque Systems on board, title sponsor here this weekend. Looking to go some rounds. They're both flickering the bulbs. 714 at 185 for Tammy, 686 at 193 for Justin Dalhanick. James Kennedy and Benji Martin. Martin went on an absolute tear last season. Turned on a ton of wind lights. He's in the right-hand side, come up out of Selah, Washington. Kennedy's in the left out of Langley, British Columbia. Little shake of the tires for Kennedy, 709 at 186, 675 at 196 for Benji Martin. Quick check of the timing system down here at the 1,000-foot mark. Want to make sure that everyone's getting all the incrementals that they need. And we had a little glitch right-hand side of the 1,000 feet. So let's get that thing fixed up, and we will get right back underway in Top Dragster presented by Wright Trailers. Competition Eliminator, I have called you to lanes 3 and 4. See a couple of you heading up here now, but we will take you. Whole lot of racing on deck this weekend. We'll get everybody qualified, timed in today, and then we'll go into eliminations tomorrow for the Canadian SPORTSnats. We'll turn right around on Saturday and start the divisional event. Neat opportunity here for folks to grab some national points. And out here on the West Coast, it's kind of a chore. There's nothing close. You got to drive a long ways if you want to chase the world. So an event like a SPORTSnats out here, much appreciated for our sportsman competitors. And pretty neat to be having it up here at Mission Raceway Park. A long way to go this season. But every weekend we put behind us, the picture starts to get painted a little clearer. You might not know who's going to win it, but you start to figure out maybe who's not going to win it. back underway, and that's Stephen Horn and Jeremy Soares. Horn's in the left, and that is one fast hot rod. Rad Torque Systems on board, JS Power Sports. Jeremy Soares to his right, the Quick Tech Race Cars machine out of Terrace, British Columbia. .674 at 2:02 for Stephen Horn. That sounds like a party. 7:32 at 1:79 for Soares, and we are back underway. Top Dragster, presented by Wright Trailers. That'll put Stephen Horn straight to the top of the boards. Monty Beagle and Cody Baker. Baker's in the left. Out of High, Alberta, Canada. Beagle in the right. Also out of High, Alberta. The 2013 Spitzer Hot Rod. Lifts the tires out of the beams to the top end. Scoreboard says 692 at 193 for Beagle. He gets there first. 707 at 187 for Cody Baker. Aaron Young and Dan Provost. Provost in the left, Mr. Rad Torque Systems himself. Appreciate him, appreciate the Rad family for what they do for our sport all over the country, certainly in this region. .659 at 2:04 for Provost. Young has some issues. 8:07 at 173. Provost 983 to the 60 foot. That thing moves, and he moves to the top of the board. He got 2/10 and 2 mile an hour on Stephen Horn. Benji Martin currently sitting number 3. This is Justin Bond and Jeffrey Havens. Bond's in the left. 2021 Miller Hot Rod, JBS equipment on board. And Havens coming up out of Harrah, Washington, right-hand side. .686 at 197 for Justin Bond. Havens clicks at 718 at 187. So that'll slide Justin Bond into the 5 spot. Havens slots in number 10 for now. So Clint Geisey and Derek Shirk. Geisey's in the left, Shirk to his right. good up here on the starting line. 667 at 199 for Geisey, 765 at $1.72 for Derek Shirk. That'll move Clint to the number 2 spot. Chris Barton and Megan Lee Gaynor now. Gaynor's in the right, that 2024 Race Tech machine, a purge of the nitrous bottle for Chris Barton in the left. A big purge, a whole bunch of purges. He's on the juice, and he's out of Spokane, Washington. Gets out of shape right off the hit. Megan Gaynor, 670 at 200 miles an hour. Barton gets it through the finish line. So that'll put Megan in the 3 spot. Provost, Geisey, Gaynor, and Horn, followed by Benji Martin to round out the top 5 so far. So Jessica Jewell and Grant Dury coming at you next. Jewell will be in the right-hand side coming out of Spokane, Washington, the 2024 Race Tech machine. And this is Grant Dury, left-hand side. The 23 TNT out of Bakerville, Alberta, Canada. I see you, Tori. Attention in the pits, Super Gas. Super Gas, I will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Super Gas, I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Grant Dury blows the tires off at about 85 feet. He was about to be on one. Coasted down through there. 695 at 191 for Jessica Jewell. And that'll put her in the 9 spot. So I want to remind folks as you're cruising around the pits on anything that has two wheels. There is a rule here at Mission Raceway Park that if your vehicle has two wheels and you're driving it around the pits, you got to be wearing a helmet. I know that's not something you may always be accustomed to, but that is the rule here at Mission Raceway Park. So if you're on two wheels, you got to have a helmet. Certainly if you're on the track on two wheels, I hope you got a helmet on. But if you're riding around in the pits on a little motorcycle or a scooter, whatever it may be, you have to have a helmet on here at Mission Raceway Park. We're down for just a minute here. Had a light misting of some sort of something in the left lane. So we got the scrubber out. We're going to get it cleaned up real quick, and we will get right back underway. We've still got a few more top dragsters in the lanes, and they are presented by Wright Trailers. We got Comp Eliminator right behind them, and I have called Super Gas to lanes 1 and 2. You got a minute, Super Gas, but we'll take you. We'll be down here a couple minutes. A few more pairs of top dragster before we move into Comp. Got a few pairs of them, and then we will get you sent down through there. underway. We got fire in the pipes. Quick cleanup of the track. Check the timing system, and we are back underway. Top Dragster presented by Wright Trailers. Last few pairs coming at you right here. Steinke left-hand side, big top dragster guy. The 2026 Race Tech, 959 cubic inches sitting behind the cage. Steinke is 947 to 60 feet, 604 at 229. Yikes. Well, that's really cool for us. Unfortunately for Steinke, as he well knows, the class minimum is 610. So that one will not count, other than for bragging rights. This is Andy Morris and Cooper Chun. Morris in the left, the 010 Mullis. Chun in the right. I think it's an 03 Mullis. Nothing like an old Theobald car. For Coop Chun, 732 at 183 for Andy Morris. Casey Plaisir and Dylan Howe now. Plaisir left-hand side. The 08 Mullis. The #1 on the scoop. Your reigning, defending world champion. Brad Torque Systems on board. Dylan Howe to his right. That brand new Race Tech hot rod, and it is absolutely beautiful. Cascade truck body and trailer sails. $990 to the 60 for Dylan Howe at the top end. $673 at 166. That'll slide him in the 5 spot. Plaisir, $722 at 183. Sits number 16. And this is Ty Gaynor. He's got the new Sun Auto Tire and Service livery on all his hot rods this year. They look really, really sharp. Number 8 on the scoop. All right, Super Gas, if you're not here, you need to get here pretty quick. Super Gas, we've called you to lanes 1 and 2. We're back underway. We got a few comp cars after Ty Gaynor makes this run, and then we will run you. Gaynor, let's go 006 up here. That's pretty good. 746 at 178 down there. That'll put him in the 18 spot. The 19 spot. So after we throw out Steinke's run, your top 5 looks like this: Dan Provost, Clint Geisey, Megan Lee Gaynor, Dylan Howe, and Stephen Horn. So Dino Cost backing it up right-hand side. That is a C Econo dragster. He's out of Auburn, Washington. And that is Jeff Lane. The E Super Modified. Number 2 on the window. Came oh so close. Pretty neat way to finish it out last year, 1 and 2. On the wheelie bars and to the top end. 835 at 138 for Jeff Lane. Dino Cost 770 at 172. That puts Jeff Lane 56 under the index. Anthony Schmiedel and RVP. Ralph Van Papikin left-hand side. The A Econo altered. Finished number 8, Division 6 last year. He's been racing since 1958. Schmiedel out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Also an A Econo altered. Spicy. Takes the long way down, 733 at 180, 723 at 180 for Schmiedel, and that'll move Anthony to the top of the board for now. Kevin Perkin and Joe Locke now. Locke's in the ride out of Renton, Washington. 2017 Camaro. Sonny's Racing Power. Perkin. I'm pretty sure that thing's like 100 cubic inches. It's an F Super Modified. to the top end. That thing is absolutely singing. 882 at 154. Joe Locke does not leave the starting line. Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Motorcycle, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6. If you're a Pro Tree bike, please hang at the back of the line. Pro Tree bikes to the back of the line. All Sportsman Motorcycles to 5 and 6. Ryan Warder and Kim Carter, they're pushing Kim back and giving the signal to Ryan that he'll be on the single. So, unfortunately, 2 in a row, right-hand side getting pushed back and will not get a time. So Warder, the E-Super modified Pontiac Sunfire. He's a 5-time national event winner. Tries to take out the tree. Nice piece of driving to get that thing back under control. Wound it up. Let it fly. Took a hard right on the back tires. And he's got to abort that one. Quick little cleanup after they push Kim Carter back, and we are about to get underway once again. Dean Carter and Cody Lane now. Dean is a two-time world champion. The AE Cono Drax D-Cell Batteries is a 7-time division champ. Attention in the pits, Ed Vanderkoy. Ed Vanderkoy, if you could come to the tower, please. Ed Vanderkoy, we would really appreciate it. Second floor of the tower. We'd love to see you. So Cody's in the left, Black backing up the altar. Right trailer's on board. Carter to his right out of Peoria, Arizona. Anthony Schmiedel sitting at the top of the boards right now. Dean Carter, 660 at 187. And he goes to the top of the boards. Cody slides in right behind him, 62 under, 727 at 157. So Cody Lane leaves a little bit of confetti on the track. For quite a ways, too. So we got to get that cleaned up. So just a tick after 11 o'clock here, concession stands are open. If you're getting hungry, you need something to drink. It's going to be consistently getting warmer here this weekend, so make sure you stay hydrated. Concessions are open. Pro shops are open. There are event T-shirts over at the pro shop. And this is the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. So that's a shirt you're going to want to grab. So moving into Super Gas, comp top 3 looks like this. Dean Carter, Cody Lane, Anthony Schmiedel. This is Kirk Lance and Daryl Baker. Baker's in the S10 pickup left-hand side. Lance, the 68 Camaro Roadster in the right. We go from a class about performance to one that's about precision. Sits on the stop for a long time. 978 at 150 for Baker. Lance, 992 at 171. David Archibald and Glenn Goulden now. I'm a big fan of that C3 Corvette right-hand side that Glenn's driving out of Surrey, British Columbia. Archibald, the 57 Chevy Roadster this side. $992 with an 8 for Glenn in the Corvette. $994 at 162 for Archibald. Greg Hare and Andrew Sargent. Sargent's in that 86 Dodge Daytona. He's out of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. Greg Hare, the 3rd gen Camaro left-hand side out of Ravensdale, Washington. Finished number 3 in Division 6 Super Gas competition last year. And he wants to be a winner here this weekend. He's off the stop first. And as they pass the scoreboards, 972 with a 2 at 121. 998 at 160 for Sargent. Dan Davis and Nathan Hubert. Davis in the left, out of Tacoma, Washington. That 63 Corvette Roadster, Hubert. 2025 Division 6 Super Gas Champ in the S10 pickup. He's way early on the tree. He's off the stop first. 989 at 163. 990 with a 0 for Dan Davis. He's 22 on the let go and perfect at the other end. Dan Davis is ready to go. Dean Peterson and Steve Lowe now. Lowe's in the left, the 92 Firebird. Peterson to his right in that Mustang Roadster. Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time, and we'd like to put you in lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4, please. With a 9 at 164 for Peterson in the Mustang. 990 with a 4 at 168 for Steve Lowe. We're starting to come around. First few pairs were all over the boards. We're starting to get them dialed in here as we work our way through. Sandy Bracy Nero right-hand side. Picked up the win in Firebird at the Igniter to kick things off out in D6. Todd Sims to her left, the 91 Ford Probe out of Puyallup, Washington. Puget Sound Petroleum, Roberts floor cover. Todd lets go 003 here at the starting line. and then puts it 990 with a 3 at 161. Sandy, 953 at 170. Brandon Hutchison and Ed Hutchison. Ed's in the right, Brandon in the left. Both of them right here in British Columbia. 988 with a 2 at 160 for Ed. 993 at 159 for Brandon Hutchinson. How about Kevin Griffith's hot rod? Comes all the way up from Fruitland, Idaho. Just over the hill from where I grew up. Kevin McNichol. Rad Torque System Chevy 2. From right here in Mission, British Columbia. Big top end charge for the Roadster at Kevin Griffiths. 994 at 152 McNichol. 990 with a 3 at 134. And that's pretty close to where he wants to be. Donald Jewell and Josh Meloff now. Some first-gen Corvette Roadsters coming at you. Josh is in the right. Jewell coming up from Spokane, Washington here, left-hand side. Comes off the stop first and crosses the finish line first. 981 at 163, 986 at 168 for Jewell. Brent McKinney and Eddie Plager. Some really, really nice cars. Plager's Bel Air is one of the nicest cars you'll ever see. Coming over from Edmonton, Alberta. McKinney. From just up the road from where I currently live in Wilsonville, Oregon. In his first-gen Corvette Roadster. We're looking for 990. Off the stop and away. Scoreboard says 986 at 146 for Plager. 978 at 166 for Brent McKinney. And once again, Top Sportsman, we have called you to lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, we have called you to lanes 3 and 4, and we will take you now. Chris Cannon and Rory Mosier now. Cannon's in the left, Mosier in the right. Mosier's off the stop and away. Here comes Chris Cannon. 986 with a 0 for Chris at 176. 996 at 147 for Mosier. And this will be your final pair in Super Gas. It's Cooper Chun and Mark Simmons. I've been talking to Cooper all week, and he did not tell me that he was going to do this, and I'm here for it. That is Dale Dryden's hot rod. They printed out a piece of paper with Cooper's number and put it on the scoop. Simmons to his right out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Top end says 991 with a 0 for Coop Chun at 156. 982 at 172 for Simmons to close us out here in Super Gas. Sportsman Motorcycle is in the water. 16 up front, 862 at 147 for Riley. Miles Hodder and Dave Toth now. Definitely a good time to get the kickstand off that bike. Nice catch. Hodder in the right, Dave's in the left. How about 002 for Miles Hodder? 826 at 154 at the big end. 842 at 153 for Dave. Steve Miller and Zach Toth. This is a family that really likes motorcycles. Stacking the odds and filling the field. Zach's in the left, Steve Miller in the right. Steve and his daughter Lindsay do a lot of racing together. And they're both pretty good at it. 854 at 151 for Zach, 876 at 153 for Steve-O. Speaking of Lindsay Miller, she's pulling up left-hand side right now. This whole Lucas Oil thing was kind of a new thing for her and came into it, I think, with some nerves. It worked out pretty well. Number 61, sitting on the tail of that bike. She's your reigning D6 Sportsman Motorcycle Champion. She used to want to race cars. Maybe she still does, but the rule was you got to build your own. You got to pay for your own stuff. Well, it's a lot cheaper to buy a motorcycle and race it than it is to build a race car. So she bought a motorcycle and started racing and found out she's kind of got a knack for this stuff. We see her on the weekends bracket racing. You'll see her at Lucas Oil events. If there's a race that has a class she can fit in, she'll be there. Let's go 21 up front, 915 at 147. So Al Oman and Clayton Potter now. Oman in the left, Potter in the right. Couple Kawasaki's cutting it up right here. Sportsman Motorcycle is a qualified field. Miles Hodder sitting on top right now. Within 2 thou of each other up here. 896 at 143 for Al Oman. Clayton Potter 911 at 149. So Hodder's been the best on the tree so far at 002. Puts him number 1. Riley Toth number 2. Lindsay Miller 3. Clayton Potter, 4. Dave Toth, Al Oman, Zach Toth, and Steve Miller round out the rest of the first 8. So Jay Dudley and Stephen Campbell now. Jay's in the left, turned it red, 991 at 138. Campbell, 803 at 158. 79 reaction time is not going to earn you a number 1 qualifying spot in Sportsman Motorcycle. But it currently doesn't make you the last qualifier either. Couple snowmobiles right here. Shannon Frank left-hand side and Doug Poor at right-hand side. Listen to the turbos pop. These are some wild, fast machines right here. 803 at 168 for Shannon in the left. 1039 at 126 for Doug. Don DePeel, right-hand side, multi-time Division 6 champion. He's been wheeling that Kawasaki for a lot of years. Big fan of Don DePeel and his family. Some of the first people that kind of welcomed me into the racing community when I started racing back 5 or 6 years ago. 859 at 148 for Don. And that will close out Sportsman Motorcycle. So Hodder, Frank, Riley Toth, Donald DePeel, and Lindsey Miller, your top 5. After Q1, we got 2 more to go. We're going to put the tractor out there for just a minute, and then we're going to move in to Top Sportsman, presented by Wright Trailers. Stock Eliminator putting you on standby. I will be calling you to the lanes here in just a few minutes. Stock Eliminator, you're on standby. So as the tractor goes up and down, I want to remind folks, there is a rule here at Mission Raceway Park that you may not be accustomed to or familiar with at your home track. But here at Mission, if you're on two wheels, whether you're on the track or you're in the pits, you got to have a helmet on. That is the rule here. And we'll give you guys a few gentle reminders. But at some point, there might be someone running around there in the pits that will give you a little more stern talking to. And I don't want you guys to have to deal with that. So if you're on two wheels, you got to have a helmet on here at Mission Raceway Park. To those of you that are maybe just tuning in on NHRA TV or on the NHRA YouTube, welcome. This is day number 1 of the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals here at Mission Raceway Park. It's a beautiful day here in British Columbia. We're sitting on the banks of the Fraser River. We're running time trials and qualifying today. We'll get into eliminations tomorrow. We have just about as nice as weather forecast as you could possibly have if you were going to try to do 4 days of racing. It'll steadily get warmer through the week, provide an interesting context for the weekend as we watch the track change. We watch the performance change over the weekend incrementally. It's really, really fast right now. DA this morning when we got started was 150 feet below sea level. Attention in the pits, stock eliminator. We will take you to the lanes for Q2, stock eliminator for qualifying run number 2. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. This is Top Sportsman presented by Wright Trailers. It's a qualified field, and we're going to kick things off with Jeremy Waterman and Jason Saverstein. Waterman in the left, the 2005 Pontiac Grand Am. Dodge Dakota pickup for Saverstein, right-hand side out of Mission, British Columbia. .727 at 188 for Waterman. 765 the number for Saverstein in the right. That is Kevin Shear out of Pasco, Washington, the 2017 Chevy Camaro. And that is Scott Robinson, the 94 Beretta. Looking like an old pro stocker out of Chilliwack. Our title sponsor, Rad Torque Systems on board, Postma Farms, Jay's Power Sport and Speed Shop, Lordco Auto Parts. Lordco, a big part of things here at Mission Raceway Park. Live streaming every weekend. As we kick things off here in Top Sportsman, presented by Wright Trailers, your second pair of the day. .998 to 60 foot for Kevin Shear. Big top end charge. Scoreboard says 664 and 208. So that'll shoot Kevin straight to the top of the qualifying sheet for now. Absolutely moving. Robinson, 766 and 178. Not the run that Scott was looking for, I don't think. Jan Christensen and Paul Soares now. Christensen in the left. Super loud, bright green paint job on that 2026 Chevy Camaro. And Paul Soares in the right. Raked out, chop top, 55 Chevy Bel Air. That's a good looking race car. From Terrace, British Columbia. Both leave pretty clean. 716 at 190 for Christensen, 748 at 179 for Soares. Paul let go double and one up front. Dialed in and ready to go. That'll put Soares in the 4 spot. That'll move Jan Christensen to number 2. Now Brody Soares and Benji Martin. Benji's in the right-hand side out of Selah, Washington. That 68 Chevy Camaro. The 2003 Chevy Cavalier of Brody Soares comes to you from Terrace, British Columbia. Once again, stock eliminated. We've called you to lanes 1 and 2. I see some of you getting in there. So if you're in stock eliminated and you want your second qualifying run, now is a really, really good time to bring it up here behind the tower. Benji Martin through there first, 697 at 195. Soares, 771 at 179. So Benji will bump Jan Christensen and slide into the number 2 spot for now. That's Bill King. The car is affectionately known as CC. You want to know what that means, go talk to Bill and Jessica, because I can't tell you. You come ask Mike Eames. Richard Kirk sits to Bill's left out of Canby, Oregon. These guys very familiar with each other. They both leave pretty clean. Bill King on a lap right here. How about Bill King? 658 at 210 miles an hour. Absolutely boomer of a run for Bill. I remember when he was sitting at 199.99. Week after week after week, they were trying to get that thing to 200 miles an hour. Absolutely sends it and goes straight to the top of the boards. 742 at 185 for Richard Kirk. Blake Foster and John Ermish now. Ermish in the right, that Rhoda paint machine. 2006 Chevy Cavalier out of Renton, Washington. The 69 Camaro of Blake Foster out of St. George, Utah. had some issues right there on both ends of the racetrack. John Ermish, nice lap right there. 680 at 204. We'll move him into the 3 spot. Sean Herbst and Barry Stetner now. Stetner's in the right, the 69 Camaro out of Regina, Saskatchewan. So 658 at 210. You got to be better than that to put her at the top of the boards. Stetner's out of the gas a little bit, it looks like. 752 at 179. Herbst lights it up 686 at 199. This is Kirk Lance and David Kowalski. Kowalski's in the right. Dachau Ventures. That is a street legal drag and drive car. You may see him at the Olympic streetcar shootout this year in that very same hot rod. Lance to his left, the Pro Charge 69 Camaro, right here from Mission, British Columbia. So Kirk Lance runs it down there, 619 at 219 miles an hour. An absolute missile. Kowalski, not the run he's looking for. 714 at 195. Kirk Lance, a moonshot here in Q1 of Top Sportsman, presented by Wright Trailers. Lucas now. Lucas in the right, Dale Phillips in the left. At the top end, scoreboard says 725 at 186 for Mike Lucas. Keep it down, Will. Jeez. Dale Phillips, 745 at 181. This is Aaron Steinke and Will Yakimitz now. Yakimitz in the right, out of Vegreville, Alberta, Canada. 2024 division champion. To his left, Aaron Steinke, purging the nitrous, 959 cubic inches of Pat Busey power under the hood. He's calling his shot. He puts 610 on his dial board. We'll see if he can do it. We've got the conditions for it. He's got the car. And Kirk Lance says, come get you some. That thing is absolutely digging. 977 to 60 footing at the top end. 609 at 233 miles an hour. So Aaron Steinke runs under the index in his top dragster. He comes back up here in Top Sportsman, he does it again. Darren Williams and Steve Radunovich now. Williams in the left, out of Calgary, Alberta, that 2016 Dodge Dart machine. The 2003 Cavalier for Radunovich to his right. .718 at 191 for Darren Williams, Radunovich. 755 at 183. And we got one more left. And it's Tommy Gaynor, the new to him hot rod. That's a Bob's Profab machine, and you could eat off every circus, every surface, every Zeus fastener, every screw is clocked perfectly. Absolutely immaculate machine. Gets a little squirrely on him at about 85 feet, and he eases out of the gas and coasts it on down through there, 909 at 112. As he continues to get comfortable in that machine. So top five looks like this. Kirk Lance, Will Yakimitz, Bill King, and Kevin Shear. Steinke was the quickest and the fastest, but he was too quick. So he'll move to the bottom of the sheet, and Kirk Lance will hold on to the #1 spot for now. Ermish, Herbst, Martin, Kowalski, and Christensen round out your top 10 after Q1 of Top Sportsman, presented by Wright Trailers. And that'll take us right back to the top of the order. Stock Eliminator coming at you. The car show has begun. My guy Pete Landseers was dragging the bumper on the Duster all day yesterday in testing. He tightened it up here today, make it a little more manageable. We'll see what he can do here. Attention in the pit, Super Street. Super Street, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Street, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. For your second time run. Clarence Bidniak, left-hand side, out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, the B-Stock Automatic 70 Roadrunner. Lance Sears to his right, the F-Stock Automatic 73 Duster. He won class in Indy last year. and he works hard. He's a two-time Never Rest Award winner. Guy never gives up. He didn't give up on that one either. Moved right out of the groove, brought it right back in there, and sending it down through there. 10:22 at 127 for Bidniak. 11:31 at 119 for Lanciers. Bruce Floden and James Mantle now. Mantle's in the right, that 77 pacer. That's a V-stock automatic. The Q-stocker of Floden to his left. So Pete Legg and Rick Green right there. 12:36 at 105 for the O-stock automatic of Rick Green. The sedan delivery, 1361 at 94 for Pete Legg. This is Gary Gandy and Alf Lee. The 70 Buick GS packing the hoops. And Gandy, that U-stock hatchback Mustang. 10:46 at 126 for Alf. 14:12 at 93 mile an hour for Gandy. So Weeb's still sitting in the number 3 spot. This is Diane Burton and Brian Thompson. Thompson left-hand side, the P-stocker. Rag top, Fox body Mustang, Burton. The 74 Firebird, 455 cubic inches of poncho power. Working their way to the top end. Scoreboard says 1081 at 119 for Diane Burton. 1293 at 101 for Thompson. Once again, Super Street will take you to lanes 3 and 4. James Boyce and Norm Weber here. Weber's in the left. The C-stocker, 72 Corvette, Boyce. The K-stocker out of Duval, Washington. 10:52 at 124 for Norm Weber. Boyce, 1170 with a 0 and another 0 at 111. Top 6 all over a second under the index. Ashley Thompson and your current number 1 qualifier, John Basinski, left-hand side. At 70 Cuda. Thompson, the G-stock automatic, 73 Corvette. Top end says 1095 at 118 for Thompson, 1083 at 120 for Basinski. So Ashley moves up 1 spot with that run right there to number 3. Jody Lang and Brian Seberg now. Seberg out of Belfair, Washington. The Mercury Comet, R-stocker, Lang in the wagon. Lang currently sitting in the 20th spot. mile-an-hour cones, and scoreboard says 12:35 at 68 miles an hour. $12.93 at 100 for Seaberg. Up the road in Cloverdale, British Columbia. 13:41 at 86 mile an hour for Johnstone. 10:14 at 132 for Hodder. So Brian Seaberg jumped all the way up to number 1 after that last pass. 111 under the index. This is Greg Marshall and Steve Hahn. Hahn's in the right, that 70 B-Stock Cuda. That Yakima, Washington. Marshall. The K-Stock Cuddy Supreme from down the way in Surrey, Washington. Scoreboard says 10:37 at 125 for Steve Hahn. Marshall, 12 flat at 107. Greg Keelman and Brad Burton now. Burton in the left, the 72 Formula Firebird out of Snohomish, Washington. Keelman coming up from Vancouver in the 69 F-Stock Camaro. Brad Burton hangs him high, grabs a gear, and he's on his way to the finish line. 10:63 at 121 for Bad Brad. Keelman, 11:58 at 112. So Brad slotted in at the 12 spot for now. Keelman lands it in the 24 spot. This is Barry Shays Green and Cody Lane. Cody's in the left in the Copo Camaro. Shays Green in the right. Two factory stock B cars. At 131 for Cody Lane, 909 at 146 for Barry Shays Green. That'll put Shays Green 11 and Cody Lane number 9. And Peter Oliviero will be your final stock eliminator car here, Q number 2. '79 hatchback Mercury Capri. And the scoreboard says 13:30 at 88 mile an hour for Peter Oliviero. So after Q2, stock eliminator top 5 looks like this. Brian Seaberg, John Bazinski, Clarence Bidniak, Ashley Thompson, and Alf Weeb. James Boyce, James Mantle, Peter Oliviero, Cody Lane, and Steve Hahn round out the top 10. Brown and James Elliott, and we get back into Super Street. And that means I'll take Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2. How about 1090 with a 6 for Nikki Brown? 157 miles an hour, Elliott. 1088 at 140. It's not a bad place to be. Kerry Huber and Brad Vingy now. Vingy from up the road in Langley, BC. Won the D6 Super Street Championship all the way back in 2013. They're both looking really good on the tree. Off the stop and headed for the stripe, 1076 at 148 for Vingy, 1092 at 132 for Huber. So Huber will need to pick that thing up a little bit at the big end. Martin Rachel and Casey Ladd coming at you. Mustang Sally left-hand side out of Welch's, Oregon. One of the nicest places you can spend a weekend in the state of Oregon is Welch's. Sits on the southern slopes of Mount Hood. Casey Ladd, 1093 at 144. How about 1090 at 128, right-hand side for Martin? Jay Schmidt and Dan Parsons now. Schmidt's in the right. That beautiful brown metallic 57 Chevy Bel Air. Like a root beer. The old Chevy root beer color. Parsons in the Duster. $10.84 with a 0 for Schmidt. $10.90 with a 4 at 131 for Parsons. Jeff Jackson and Dustin Martin now. Jackson's race car been around a long, long time. Up from Tacoma, Washington. Dustin Martin out of Gig Harbor, Washington. It's been a part of my honeymoon in Gig Harbor. It's a fantastic little town down on the Puget Sound. 1092 at 151 for Martin. Issues for Jackson. 1371 at 76. That's not going to get it done here this weekend. He'll get that thing fixed up, ready to go for time run number 3 a little bit later today. This is Fred Hoffman and Herman Chan. Couple first-gen Camaros cutting it up right here. Both off the stop and headed to the top end. 0004 red for Herman Chan. Almost perfect. 1094 at 130. 1087 at 130 for Hoffman. Dustin Ward and Warren Jacobson now. Ward's in the left out of Renton, Washington. The vinyl top Dodge Dart. Jacobson in the Chevy 2 right-hand side out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. Scoreboard says 1088 at 136 for Ward, 1089 with a 6 at 140 for Warren Jacobson. Aaron Durham and Tony Hopkins now. Hopkins in the 55 Chevy, Durham in the Nova. The Silver Bullet. Top end scoreboard says 1094 at 150 for Hopkins, 1072 at 131 for Durham. Jess is in the Mopar right-hand side out of Bonnie, Washington. Miner came up from Cedro, Washington in that 69 Camaro. The 2012 division champion and 2013 Northwest Nationals winner Larry Miner puts it 1090 with a 7 at 147. Jess Dale 1089.99 at 147. Keep that thing right there. You can win a lot of races. Alan Macham and Stephen Veitch now. Veitch in the right, going to slow it down at the top end. Macham off the stop here. Pulls up along Stephen at the finish line, 1090 with a 7 at 149. Stephen, 1093 at 125 in the Mopar. Doreen Dick and Zach Zerbrug now. Zerbrug in the left, no stranger to Mission Raceway or the Pacific Northwest, and becoming one of the up-and-coming bottom bulb hitters from the region. Runnered up down in Tucson earlier this year, made a good run at the Spring Fling Million as well. Doreen, Rad Torque Systems, Impact Powder Coating, DC Signs. Top end charge for Doreen, 1091 at 151. Zach puts it 1090 with a 9 at 127. Gary Erickson and Rob Zerbrug now. Rob's in the Nova left-hand side. Erickson in the Ford Probe out of Vancouver, Washington. Cook the converter, put it on the stop, take it off the stop. Through the finish line, 1094 at 139 for Zerbrug, 1096 at 144 for Erickson. Couple more left here in Super Street. This is Matt Kielman and Lane Savar, two good buddies right here. Kielman in the Nova, Savar in the Chevy 2, that I am somehow going to find a way to take home with me this weekend. I don't care what anybody says. That's the coolest car on property right there. Matty doesn't spend a whole lot of time on the stop. Runs it through there, 1087 at 132 so far. 1090 with a 3 at 153. 13 on the let go and feeling pretty good about the setup here in time run number 2. This is Brian McGinnis and Darren O'Connor. Raced with Brian last year at the Night of Fire at Woodburn. I've never seen anybody with a more deliberate pre-game routine. The way the guy puts on his gloves, his helmet, he touches a certain spot on the dash 3 or 4 or 7 or 8 times. And it don't matter what's going on or how big of a hurry we're in. Brian McGinnis goes through the same process every single time. He's a little early on the tree up here. We'll see what he can do at the big end. The Vega of O'Connor on the charge. 1109 at 140. That is not where Darren O'Connor wants to be. 1087 at 128 for Brian McGinnis. That's probably right in the ballpark of where he was trying to set up. And that'll close out Super Street time run number 2. So Super Stock, I'll put you on standby. Going to call you here in just a couple minutes. We got Super Comp in the lanes. If you're a Super Comp car and you're still sitting at your trailer, you're in the wrong place. So back underway at Super Comp. We're looking for 890 on the boards. Reed Holland and Warren Keene now. Holland's in the left, that 2004 Worthy chassis. New paint job on that hot rod this year. Warren Keene to his right. $888 for Keene in the right, $887 for Holland in the left. Probably right about where they want to be. James Cowie and Selena Linehan backing it up. Selena's in the left out of Kirkland, Washington. Cowie's in the right from up the road in Surrey, BC. That 2018 Miller Hot Rod Mondays towing and recovery on board. Track staff grab a little bit of debris off the top end. We're going to put them in the beams. Selena's off the stop first. Cowie on the charge. Top end says 881 at 166 for Selena Linehan. 885 at 184 for James Cowie. Selena's ready to party. Gonna come into round one holding 9. Steve Horton and Mark Loftus now. Horton's in the left. Loftus in the right. Let's go 10 up front. Horton's 33, top end 888 at 164 for Horton, 891 at 166 for Mark Loftus. Randy Beck backing it up right hand side out of Tacoma, Washington. That 2003 undercover chassis. Former Division 6 champion. And Archambault in the door car. Says it's for sale. Make an offer. Super stock. Attention in the pits. Super stock. I will take you to the lanes at this time. Super stock. Try to put you in 3 and 4. Super stock. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Archambault leaves red, puts it 885 at 157 at the big end. Beck, 890, 889 with a 0 at 170. Pretty good spot for Randy Beck. Emmett McKillop and Emily Gerard now. Gerard's on the left, Rad Torque Systems on board out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. McKillop up from Selah, Washington. The 2024 Diamond chassis. Powered by Dale Green. Emily decides to hang out on the starting line. Emmett McKillop sends it down through there. He clicked it 6 red up here. He's 886 at 176 down there. She didn't leave the beam. She got it fired back up. Greg Taylor and Chris Cannon now. Roadster, left-hand side, Taylor. To his right out of Olympia, Washington. How about 000 with a 9 for Chris Cannon? And at the top end, 890 with a 7. That'll win you some drag races, Chris. Taylor, let's go 1 red, and then 888 at 174 at the top end. This is Dale Green and Chris Stone. Green's in the ride out of Pacific, Washington. Stone. The old Pro Stock Style 2005 Dodge Stratus out of Mission, BC. He's a 2-time Division 6 Pro Champion. Here at Mission Raceway Park a whole bunch of times. 888 at 133 for Chris Stone. Dale Green, 890 at 186. Paul Nero in blue hay ball now. Nero's in the ride out of Aurora, Oregon. The 06 undercover. Hay ball in the left. The Mondin machine. To see a second floor of the tower. Cody Miner, we'd love to see a second floor of the tower, please. 885 at 184 for Blue Hayball. 892 at 180 for Paul Nero. And that'll bring up Brandon Hutchison and Justin Bond. Bond, the JBS equipment ride, 615 cubic inches sitting behind the cage. Hutchison, the 22 American Shorty, and that's a pretty clean looking machine right there. I'm a big fan. At the big end, 886 at 171 for Hutchison, 886 at 182 for Justin Bond. Bobby Gordon and Mark Gillespie coming at you now. Gillespie's in the left. Bobby Gordon made the long haul from Anchorage, Alaska, right-hand side. Arctic refrigeration and AC, Arctic race fuels, Gordon Motorsports on board. $877 at 169 for Bobby Gordon. Gillespie, 886 at 179. Left-hand side, it's Rod Belsham. In the real Shorty. The real Shorty. And Ryan O'Connor in the right. Pinoca, Alberta. Rad Torque Systems on board. Floors with Flair, Tech Forestry, Bent Racing, and Caribou Electric. All giving Ryan O'Connor some support here this weekend. $874 at 187 for Rod Belsham. O'Connor, way off the pace, 992 at 114. Tori Lee and Dylan Howe. Howe's in the right out of Junction City, Oregon. Lee in the left, your 3-time Division VI Super Comp champ. And he's the reigning defending champion right now. He'll come off the stop first. Dylan Howe right behind him on the charge to the top end. 890 with a 1 at 175 for Tori Lee. 889 with a 9 at 185 for Dylan Howe. That's a real good spot. Andy Morris and Justin Jewell backing him up right now. Morris on the tower side in the 03 undercover. Jewell out of Spokane, Washington, to his right, the 2009 American chassis. Hi, Brian. Hi, Mindy. Well, they're both 002 up here. One of them's on the red side, and one of them is not. At the top end, 885 at 180 for Jewell, 889 at 175 for Andy Morris to close us out here in Super Comp. So that means that Q2 of Super Stock is coming at you. And that means that Top Dragster, I'm putting you on standby. I'm going to call you here in just a minute or two. So Top Dragster, be ready. So Maurice Blenheim and Troy Olszanowski going to get us underway here. Olszanowski in the right. The wagon is steel. Out of Edgewood, Washington. Blenheim. Hails from Langley, British Columbia. That's 70 Nova. E-automatic. All right, Top Dragster, I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Top Dragster to lanes 1 and 2. It's like the best looking slow car wheelie that you're ever going to see at the drag strip right there from Troy Olsenowski. 1165 at 93 mile an hour. Bill Bushmaker and Ken Johnston now. Johnston's in the left. The GT Q Automatic 55 Chevy. Bushmaker, the 74 Cuda. M Automatic Super Stocker to the top end. 1103 at 119 for Bushmaker. 1113 at 117 for Johnston. So Bushmaker sits in the 4 spot. Johnston, number 9. This is Greg Moore and Rick McKinney. McKinney's in the right. The GTN 96 Camaro. 2013 factory super stocker of Greg Moore in the left. $928 at 146 for Greg. $1042 at 126 for Rick McKinney. Rod Stoltz and Oliver Baxter now. Baxter's in the right. The GTL 85 Monte Carlo. The GTS 10 at Rod Stoltz left-hand side leaves first. They head to the finish line. 10:07 at 130 for Stoltz. 10:27 at 129. For Oliver Baxter. So Rod Stoltz makes a jump on the boards right there. That slides him in between Brad and Scott Burton into the number 2 spot. Baxter hanging out number 11 right now. This is Dave Jung and Doug Thomas. Doug's in the right. The GTH Automatic 1990 Chevy Camaro. And the K Super Stocker Dave Jung left-hand side. $998 at 131 for Mr. Thomas. $1075 at 97 for Dave Jung. Alan Marshall and Jody Lang. Jody's in the right. Marshall in the left. The O Superstock 55 Chevy. 11:15 at 85 for Jody Lang. 11:57 at 113 for Allen. So Jody's sitting in the 15 spot. Allen's sitting in the number 8 spot. Scott Burton and Nick Shepard now. Burton's in the left, the new to him Pontiac Sunfire GTD automatic car. And Shepard, the 2005 Cavalier, that's a GTE automatic. As always, he thanks Dan and Vicky Shepard. They're his biggest fans. $944 at 118 for Shepard. $892 at 146 for Scott Burton. He jumps back in front of Rod Stoltz. Shepard slides into the 6th spot right behind Will Bushmaker. Brian Thompson and Ty Gaynor now. The GTD Cobalt, Sun Auto Tire and Services. Oh, straight to the wheelie bars and back down. Brian Thompson, right-hand side. He's going to follow him down through there. 9:16 at 1:47 for Ty Gaynor. 11:65 at 1:05 for Thompson. So Brad Burton will close us out here. The GTG Automatic 91 Firebird. Smooth as butter. He's 12 up front. And then 9:35 at 1:28. So that'll close out Q2 of Super Stock. We're going to touch up the track. We'll get right back underway with Top Dragster Q2. And then Comp Eliminator, you will follow. So Comp Eliminator puts you on standby. I'll be calling you here in a few minutes. So this is Top Dragster, and they are presented by Wright Trailers. Competition Eliminator, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Comp Eliminator, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Justin Dalhanick and James Kennedy here. Kennedy's in the right, 714 at 185, 684 at 193 for Dalhanick. Tammy Peugeot and Stephen Horn, both of them flying the Rad Torque Systems colors here today. Tammy's out of Abbotsford, just down the road. Stephen Horn comes out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Stephen's sitting number 5 on the sheet right now. Tammy sitting in the number 13 spot. .714 at 185 for Tammy, 671 at 202 for Stephen Horn. And that'll bump him 1 spot up into the number 4. Justin Bond and Derek Shirk. Bond's backing it up right-hand side, that 2021 Miller car. JBS equipment on board. Blown 632, sitting behind the cage. Justin currently sitting number 8. Shirk sitting down in the 21 spot. See if he can make a move up the sheet here. Bond's 102 to the 60. He's going to get there first. Lights up the scoreboard, 687 at 197. Shirk, 764 at 172. And he'll stay in the 21 spot. Justin Bond comes in at number 8. Sitting in between Justin Dalhanick and Monty Beagle. Your current number 1 qualifier, Dan Provost, right-hand side. And Jeffrey Havens in the left. .665 at 204 for Provost. He runs the same mile an hour. He's 6 hunts slower. So he'll stay put in the number 1 spot. Havens is sitting number 14, 718 at 186. Right there, and that's his best run today. This is Grant Dury and Cody Baker. Baker's in the left out of High Alberta, Canada. It's High River. My screen cuts off the second word here. So High River, Alberta, Canada for Cody Baker. Grant Dury out of Vegreville, Alberta. Won the Phoenix Nationals back in 2017. Won Pomona in 23. And he's 691 at 159 here. 705 at 188, the number for Monty Beagle. So Chris Barton and Monty Beagle coming at you here. Monty's in the left, that 2013 Spitzer chassis. Barton in the 26 Race Tech right-hand side out of Spokane, Washington. Barton did not have the run he was looking for. First time up, sitting at the bottom of the sheet. Beagle currently sitting in the 10 spot at 692. That's a whole lot better for Chris Barton on this one. 660 at 201 will move him all the way from the bottom up to the number 2 spot. Monty Beagle 693 at 193 slots him in at number 7 for now. Nice lap for Chris Barton right there. Got that thing figured out. Clint Geisey and Benji Martin. Benji's in the left out of Selah, Washington. 2014 Race Tech chassis. Quick purge of the nitrous from Clint Geisey coming up from Enumclaw. Rhoda Miller paint on board for Clint. He's sitting number 3. Benji Martin in the 7 spot. Both look pretty good at this end. At the top end, 674 at 197 for Benji Martin. 669 at 198 for Geisey will put him in the 3 spot. Attention to the pit, Super Gas, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. We got Top Dragster going down the track right now. I have called Competition Eliminator to 3 and 4. I will also take Super Gas to lanes 1 and 2. Jeremy Soares and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy in the right. And Jeremy Soares in the left. .730 at 181 for Soares, the 01 Cameron car. Don't see a lot of Camerons around here anymore. Vanderkoy, 746 at 175. That puts Ed in the 20 spot. Jeremy Soares sitting in the 18 spot. And Dylan Howe will be on the single. His brand new Top Dragster, and that thing is gorgeous. Cascade truck body and trailer sales, as always. Dylan currently sitting number 6. .665 at 201 for Dylan Howe. That'll bump him into the 3 spot, right ahead of Clint Geisey. Megan Lee Gaynor and Andy Morris now. Megan's sitting number 5. Andy's sitting down in the 19 spot. scoreboard says 7:30 at 183 for Andy Morris. He'll stay in the 19 spot. Megan Lee Gaynor, 669 at 200 to slot her in number 5. Jessica Jewell and the real Ty Gaynor. Gaynor's in the right. He's 003 up front, looking pretty good on this end of the track. Through the trap, 747 at 178 for Ty. Jessica lights it up 692 at 193. That puts Ty in the 21 spot. Jessica Jewell sitting number 11 for now. Super, Cooper Chun, and Keishi Plaisir. Steinke Chun Motorsports at the starting line right here. Casey's in the right, Cooper's in the left. Coop's pulling double duty this weekend. Between them up here. What if they had a little side bet on the tree? 723 at 183 for Plaisir, 746 at 178 for Chun. So Cooper sits 21, Plaisir in the 17 spot. And Aaron Steinke with an absolute moonshot in Q1. Put him under the class index, so he is currently not qualified. Maybe sending a little message as he blew the indexes out of the water in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster in Q1. So Aaron Steinke has to back it up. Comes into Q2 unqualified. He will not get a run here. So that'll bring up Comp Eliminator, and I'm going to take a lunch break and hand it over to a voice you're much more familiar with. John Tabak, going to take you through it.
Well, thanks very much, Troy, and take a well-deserved break. We'll check out the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. Troy's going down there with a strong recommendation of what to order from Mike Eames. So, heads up, concession stand. Troy's on his way. So here we are, Q2 Comp Eliminator. How cool is this? It has been some time since I have been able to effectively use the words Comp Eliminator here at Mission Raceway Park. Got to go back to pre-COVID. So it took some time, but here we are. First ever Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals right here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. Anthony Schmiedel and Ralph Papagan. Ralph in the right lane. Interestingly enough, the indexes are only 1/100th of a second apart. .715 for Anthony in the left lane. One flat to the 60-foot. $1:83 through the finish line. Ralph with a 786. Just 177. Ryan Warder in an E Super Modified Pontiac Sunfire. So was not able to get down the track, has not made a representative run so far. So apparently I missed some excitement in round number 1 of qualifying. Dino Cost over here at Tower Side. Both drivers making full pulls. Dino Cost goes 774 at 172 miles an hour. Ryan Warder in the right lane, 850 with a 3, 158.73 miles an hour. So Ryan Warder moves up to the number 4 spot with that. Dino Cost is the number 8 guy so far. Anthony Schmiedel, number 1. .69 of a second under the index. Joe Locke coming up. Did not get down the track in Q1. So Joe Locke will be making a single up the TCS side of the racetrack, left-hand lane. '17 Camaro. Whole bunch of cubes. wants to thank Sonny Leonard Racing, 8th Street Automotive, Big Rob, Sunset Cars, and Infinity Coach. Rolling forward into the beams. Sub 1 second of the 60-foot, gets off it somewhere after the 8th mile mark. Coasts through with a 7:62 at 111 miles an hour. So Joe Locke will remain number 9 for now. Kimberly Carter from Peoria, Arizona. C Dragster Automatic. So unfortunately for Kimberly, they're pushing her back. Got a little bit of fluid on the surface. Fortunately, it looks like it's contained to a pretty small area. So the good news, from what I understand over the radio, is that it's just water. So that's really good news. So while we did have a test day yesterday, today is officially day number 1 of a doubleheader here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Motorcycle, this is your call to lanes. We'll take Sportsman Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. So as I was saying, day number 1 of a doubleheader weekend here at Mission Raceway. The Rad Torque Systems Canadian SPORTSnationals. Going to be handing out some national event Wallies. 75th anniversary Wallies at that. So first time ever here at Mission Raceway Park that we're able to hand out national event Wallies. My understanding, first time in Canada since going all the way back to 1992. And we've been on a little bit of a roll here. 2 weekends ago, we handed out 27 75th anniversary Wallies. And the shelf has been restocked. index. Here we go. Q2, Kevin McNichol, the reigning Super Pro champ, nails the 990 index. How about that? 031 up front, 990 through the finish line, just a $135. He's not going to be the mile per hour king, but that's certainly going to place him favorably on the sheet. So Rory Moser and Dave Archibald. Moser, 009 on the starting line. Then well under the 990 index with a 982. Archibald 3 above in the right lane. Two more for you. Greg Hare and Daryl Baker. Daryl Baker in the right lane, the little S10 pickup truck. Couple of 40 lights. One under, one over. 980 for Greg Hare. Daryl Baker, 1026. Now a little Dodge Daytona. These were pretty cool cars back in the day. Andrew Sargent out of Lethbridge, Alberta, in a 1986 Daytona. No longer front-wheel drive. Steve Lowe in the right lane, the local guy. Hey, listen up in the pits. We've got a racer in distress. Reed Holland is in need of a dragster hood scoop and tray, or could get away with a Dominator style air cleaner. So we're after a hood scoop and tray for a dragster, or second choice would be an air cleaner assembly for a Dominator. So go see Reed Holland if you can help him out. That would be great. Steve Lowe went 991 beside the 994 of Andrew Sargent in the last pair. Now Sandra Bracey-Nero was in the left lane, went 966. Dan Davis was closer in the right lane with a 987. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top Sportsman. We need Top Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4, please. Dean Peterson and Brandon Hutchinson now. Brandon Hutchinson with a double up win 2 weekends ago at the Canadian National Open. Put 2 of those Wallies on the shelf. He was ready to go here. 002 light at the finish line, 994. Dean Peterson, 025 and 992. Now Glenn Ingleton. Ingleton, left-hand side, 1969 Corvette. Gonna line up beside Todd Sims. Todd Sims in the 1991 Ford Probe. Couple of 00 lights, 5 for Sims, 8 for Ingleton at the finish line. Sims is almost there, 991 to the 987 of Glenn Ingleton. Josh Meloff and Ed Hutchinson. Ed Hutchinson. Flashpoint Racing Corvette right-hand lane. Meloff also the 57 Corvette Roadster left lane. Again, couple of 00 lights, one red, one green. Hutchinson was 4 and 990 with a 0. 4-pack. Nicely done. Meloff 987. Just about perfect if you want to hold a couple. Now Kevin Griffiths and Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun. Racing Super Gas. Well, why not? Chun is trips red. .0006 red. Those are the worst. Then 989 with a 1. Kevin Griffiths, left side, goes 021, then 988 with a 9. Now Chris Cannon and Mark Simmons. Chris Cannon, a veteran in the Super Gas ranks. Mark Simmons out of Medicine Hat, Alberta in the right lane. Mark Simmons, 991, 172 miles an hour. Chris Cannon, 992, 177 miles an hour. Now Eddie Plaisir out of Edmonton in the beautiful 56 Chevrolet that you see in the left-hand lane. Brent McKinney out of Wilsonville, Oregon in the right lane. Another Corvette Roadster. Plaisir with a perfect light. Trip zip, baby. And nails the index. How about that? 990 with a 3. 3 thou total. Nicely done. Don Jewell and Kirk Lance. Kirk Lance, the blue Camaro Roadster, right-hand lane. Jewell red by 35. But nails the index, 990 with a 6. Kirk Lance, 18 up front, 989 with an 8. Just about perfect. Looks like that's going to do it for Super Gas. Sportsman motorcycle underneath the bridge, making their way into the water. Here we go with a couple of bikes. So don't have a name for the rider in the left lane. Gotta say, I did not like what I saw on the burnout box. Cody Compton in the right lane. Aboard a Suzuki. Suzuki's both sides of the racetrack. So left lane off the gas and coasting over the finish line at 107. 976 the ET, Cody Compton with a 973, 133 miles an hour. Next pair, Steve Campbell and Dave Toth. So Dave Toth in the right-hand lane. Steve Campbell over here, TCS side of the racetrack. .806 for Steve Campbell. Dave Toth, 847. Miles Hauer and Zach Toth. Next gen of the Toth family over in the right-hand lane. Miles Hauer, tower side. .826 and 857. Two more for you. Steve Miller and Jay Dudley. Steve Miller, pretty sure tripping the 60-foot beam with his rear tire. Goes 885, 152. Jay Dudley in the right lane, 971, 139. Now Riley Toth coming up right-hand side. The third rider of the Toth family, Clayton Potter, tower side. Well, I looked away for a second there and kind of missed what happened to Al Almond. Clay Potter Goes 9:10, 148 miles an hour. Lindsey Miller with a 9:20 at 146. Riley Toth getting there ahead, 8:64 at 147. Couple of sleds now. Shannon Frank going to line up beside Doug Poirier. Uh-oh. Poirier pushes through the beams, not going to get, well, no, he is going to get numbers. Don DePeel and Cody Minor now. DePeel leads the way down the left-hand lane. Puts 864 up there on the reader board, 147 miles an hour. Cody Minor doing 146, puts 895 on the reader board. And I do believe that that is going to do it for Sportsman Motorcycle. Q2 of Top Sportsman coming right up. Just going to give the track surface a little bit of love before we roll into that. And Q2 of Top Sportsman will complete the second rotation. So as mentioned, day number 1 of the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So Rad Torque Systems is proud to sponsor this weekend's Canadian Sports Nationals and is also a proud sponsor of NHRA Racing. For more than 30 years, Rad has designed and manufactured high-performance torque wrenches trusted by industry around the world. Built locally and sold globally, Rad Torque Systems is proud to support racers, fans, and the future of drag racing in Canada. Well, it looks like the tractor is coming off, so it is time to start running top sportsman cars. Hey, listen up in the pits. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, this is your call to 5 and 6. Stock Eliminator. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, come on down. Stock Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. So first pair in Top Sportsman, Jan Christensen. Sporting some new paint and color on the Camaro. How about that? Has been some time since we've seen this car go down the track. Former NHRA Pro Stock car. Now set up for Top Sportsman action. Good to see the car back out doing what it's supposed to do. Dave Kowalski. His 1970 Nova Tower Side. And believe it or not, this car was put together as a drag and drive car. Actually has a second cage over on the passenger side. It's got cup holders, stereo, heat, all the creature comforts for going to pick up groceries. So a couple of local guys lining up here in Q2. Kowalski lights the pre-stage. 2 bulbs lit, now 4. Just like that. Everybody's in. How about 7:05 getting there just ahead of a 7:10. Jan Christensen, 7:05, 192. Dave Kowalski, 7:10, doing 195 miles an hour. Kowalski was a 111 to the 60 foot, so I'm going to say that's the number that is wide open for improvement. Now Bill King lines up beside Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the right lane out of Pasco, Washington. Behind the wheel, the 2017 Camaro. Pro stock looking ride. Bill King out of Sandy, Oregon. Tower side. So he's out of power. Kevin Shearer trucks right on through. How about 667, 208? Nice looking trouble-free pass. So Kevin Shearer does not improve on his earlier 664. That's got him in the number 4 spot. $22 cars on the sheet so far. I believe we're going to be bumping that up by at least 1. Jerry Waterman, Mike Lucas. So Mike Lucas went 7:26, and so did Jerry Waterman. Mike Lucas was just a hair quicker, 7:26 with a 2 compared to 7:26 with a 4, but we're splitting hairs here. Scotty Robinson, left side. Sean Herbst in the right lane. Herbst with a nice 688, 200-mile-an-hour pass. That is trucking. Scott Robinson, 768, 178 miles an hour. Looked like possibly some excessive wheel spin early in the run. Richard Kirk out of Canby, Oregon. The right-hand lane. And a 1993 Lumina. John Ermish, Tower side. Out of Renton, Washington. Behind the wheel, the Cavalier. He's having no problem getting down the track. 682, 203 miles an hour. Richard Kirk off the gas and coasting through the finish line with a throwaway run. And Will Yakimitz in what is, without a doubt, the loudest top sportsman car so far in this round of qualifying. Brody Soares driving the Cavalier in the right-hand lane. Yakimans, 2024 Division 6 champion in top sportsman. Will Yakimans currently sits number 2. To improve on his earlier 6:36. His run's looking good, and he matches it. Probably improved a little bit because this is 6:36 with a 0. 224 miles an hour through the finish line. Looking good. Brody Soares goes 765 at 180 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. That'll bring up Benji Martin along with Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips, local runner, competes regularly here at Mission Raceway Park with the Canada West Door Slammers series, which is a whole lot like Top Sportsman, just with a pro tree. Phillips in the Mustang, right-hand lane. Benji Martin, that beautiful blue Camaro, tower side. Benji Martin currently sitting number 7. 6-second player. Benji Martin doing a bang-up job on the Christmas tree. 001, then 698. So it does not improve, but runs the number. Nice looking run there for Benji Martin. Dale Phillips with a 747, 180 mile an hour pass in the right-hand lane. Now Barry Stetner, tower side out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Darren Williams in the right lane. Another Canadian out of Calgary, Alberta. 2016 Dodge Dart. Probably safe to say a former pro stock ride. Darren Williams out of power, coasts across the finish line, 883. Barry Stetner goes 753, 178 miles an hour. So Aaron Steinke went 609. That's 1/100th of a second too quick. As you're not supposed to go any quicker than 610 in the classes of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. So we'll see if he's made the correct adjustments. He'll no doubt want to be taking away that #1 spot from Kirk Lance. Ken Orser, tower side for JS Power Sports. Wants to thank TCS, ex-Bob Marshall car, Pontiac GTO. Stanky was ready to go. 009 on the tree, 984 to the 60-foot, and 611, 233 miles an hour to take over the #1 spot. Nicely done. Kirk Lance is back there in the staging lanes. Just saw what Aaron Stanky did. Knows he's got to tight little window he could potentially sneak into if he wants to try to get the #1 spot back. So it's not going to be an easy chore, that's for sure. Jay Severston now and Tommy Gaynor. Gaynor in the right lane. Beautiful 67 SS Nova. Severston in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck. J&S Power Sports. Engine and dyno service, along with chassis service, right here in Mission, BC. .755 in the right lane for Tommy Gaynor, 768 in the left lane for Jay Severston. So Kirk Lance is top sportsman slash pro mod Camaro. Kirk Lance sits #2 with a 619. He wants to sneak back into the #1 spot. He's going to have to go quicker than 611, yet not quicker than 610. Lance in that 69 Camaro, essentially a pro-charged pro mod purchased from Justin Bond. Does double duty now. Paul Soares, tower side in the 55 Bel Air. To the 60-foot for Kirk Lance, and 607. Too quick. 241 miles an hour in top sportsman. Wow. So Kirk Lance makes an impressive run, but that's not going to improve his position on the sheet. Does take some bragging rights, though. As far as the quickest top sportsman run we've seen so far here this weekend. That's going to bring up Blake Foster from St. somewhere, Utah. St. George. Foster goes 805, 166. That's going to do it for Q2 of Top Sportsman. #1, Kirk Lance. #2, well, no, not #1, Kirk Lance. It put him there, but that's not gonna hold. So #1 is Aaron Stanky. #2 is Kirk Lance. Then Will Yakimetz, Bill King, and Kevin Shearer round out the top 5. Attention in the pits, Super Street. We need Super Street. Super Street to lanes 4 and 5. 3 and 4. Where did I get 4 and 5? Super Street, 3 and 4. One more time. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. So Pete Lanciers and Rick Green were our first pair in Q3 of qualifying for stock eliminator. 11:15 for Pete in the left lane, 12:43 for Rick in the right lane. Now Pete Legg in a car that I am absolutely in love with. 1956 sedan delivery. Steve Hahn in the right lane goes 10:37. Well under the 11:25 B stock automatic index. Has him sitting number 10, Pete Legg. Again, fails to run the index, does improve. Was chatting with Pete out in the staging or out in the pits a little earlier today. He was telling me he was about 3 hunds shy of the index, so there he's about 1.5 hunds shy. Now Clarence Bidniak, James Mantle. One of the quicker cars in the field against what is, in all likelihood, the slowest car in the field. Bidniak, 10:23. So a full second plus under the index for Bidniak. Sits number 3. Jim Mantle, 14:65 at 89 miles an hour in the Pacer wagon. Now Ashley Thompson and Brad Burton. Burton, one of the big winners last weekend in Woodburn. Goes 0-14 on the tree. That'd be one of the reasons why. 10:68 on the 11:55 index. Ashley Thompson goes 10:98 against the 12:0 index. So Ashley, over a second under the index, sits number 4. Now Norm Webber. Gorgeous 72 Corvette. Alf Weeb, our number 5 qualifier. In that wheel standing Buick. How cool is that car? Rolling through the gears. Weeb goes 10:53. Not going to match up to his earlier 10:46, but he'll remain number 5 for now. Norm Webber goes 10:54 on the 1140 index of C stock automatic. Now Bruce Flodine in a Q stock automatic. And Greg Marshall. Marshall in the Cutlass right-hand lane. Leads the way. Goes 12:04. Bruce Flodine, 13:02 against the 1380 index. 2 more for you. James Boyce, John Buchinski. Buchinski in the real deal. That is an actual AAR CUDA over there in the right-hand lane. John Buchinski is the original owner. Buchinski picking up one of those oh-so-cool 75th anniversary Wallies 2 weekends ago. Buchinski goes 10:89, 119 miles an hour. James Boyce with 11:72 at 111. Now Diane Burton. Diane Burton in, you guessed it, a Pontiac Tower side. Greg Keelman, right-hand lane, out of Vancouver, Washington. The small block Camaro. Diane Burton, 1079 on the 1170 index. Greg Keelan goes 1161, 112 miles an hour. So Barry She's Green. Not sure whether or not I'm butchering that last name. I'm going to say there's a high likelihood. Brian Thompson in the ragtop Mustang. Saw him cruise around the pits earlier with the top down. How about 910 for Barry? Brian goes 1291. Ed Howder. No doubt about it whether there's some heat in those Hoosiers. 2015 Camaro in the right-hand lane. Pete Olivero, tower side. You might think it's a Mustang, but it's not. It's a Capri. So Hodder rolls through the beams, not going to get any numbers. Olivero, trouble-free, 0.22 up front, 13.37 through the top. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super comp, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Super comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super comp, please report to lanes 1 and 2. Number 1 qualifier, Brian Seberg out there, 010 on the tree. And 12.99 through the top end. So that's not an improvement, but he's going to stay number 1. Cody Lane with an 896, 148 mile an hour pass in the Copo Camaro. So with qualifying complete, here's what it looks like. Number 1 qualifier, Brian Seberg, got that little Ford Maverick running pretty well. John Buczynski is our number 2 qualifier, followed by Clarence Bidniak in the number 3 position. Then number 4, Ashley Thompson, followed by Cody Lane to round out the top 5. So Alf Weeb got pushed out of the number 5 spot. Winds up number 6. James Boyce, number 7. James Mantle, number 8. Peter Olivero in the number 9 spot, and Steve Hahn, rounding out the top 10. So here we are in the 3rd rotation of the day. So final round of qualifying for all classes. That will set us up for eliminations tomorrow, where again, everybody's going to be racing for a national event Wally. So I'm pretty sure the secret's out that NHRA, to celebrate its 75th anniversary, has produced some pretty cool Wallies for 2026. We've got a shelf full of them up here in the tower. As mentioned last week, 2 weekends ago, at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian National Open, we handed out 27 of them. And I'll work on getting an exact count for you for this weekend, but I'm going to say we're going to be in excess of 20 again. So the hard-working crew here at Mission Raceway Park out there giving the track surface a little bit of maintenance, a little rub. So we're certainly thankful for all the support that we get from many companies, such as Vision One. After a long day in the shop, at the track, or under the hood, your hands deserve better. Introducing Vision One Hand Cleaner. Doctor-developed, heavy-duty, and made with natural oils designed to clean tough grease while being easier on your skin. Trusted by racers, mechanics, and hard-working hands everywhere, Vision One helps keep your hands feeling like hands again. Learn more at visiononehandcleaner.com or like us on Facebook at Vision One Hand Cleaner. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Racers, listen up. Larice Motorsports Insurance is changing the game, bringing the first insurance policy designed for racers by racers. With over 80 years in the insurance industry and more than 60 years of drag racing experience, the Larice family knows exactly what you need. Their policy provides broad coverage and fills the gaps that other companies leave behind. Join the countless racers across the U.S. who trust Larice Motorsports Insurance to protect their investments. Call today and let their expert staff and claims team keep you covered so you can focus on winning. So I see the tractor leaving the race surface. That's good news. We've got time for one more. However, Competition Products is your source for hardcore engine parts. We offer the largest selection of drag racing engine parts anywhere and at the best prices. With our low price guarantee and free shipping on orders over $149, why shop anywhere else? Build it better for less at competitionproducts.com. Here we go, first pair of Q3 Super Street, Jay Schmidt and Casey Ladd. Looking for 1090. One under, one over. Jay Schmidt, left lane, goes 1089 with a 9. Oh, so close. Casey Ladd, just a little on the safe side, 1091 with a 1. Now Gary Erickson and Kerry Huber. Huber out of Tacoma, Washington, the Red Nova, right-hand lane. And Erickson in his familiar Ford Probe. Gary Erickson, left lane, out of Vancouver, Washington. Turns it red by 7. Huber was awesome, 001. Both cars on the safe side at the finish line. Huber getting there first, 1095. Gary Erickson following with a 1097. Now Nicky Brown. Nicky Brown in the right-hand lane. Whole bunch of fun having a whole bunch of names on my screen that I have not seen in quite some time. Darren O'Connor from Ponoka, Alberta. So Darren O'Connor says he used to be really good. He's now washed up and living through his son Ryan. Well, he was red by 20, then well under with a 1084. Nicky Brown also under, but by much less with a 1088. Good to see Nicky Brown back. Now Brad Vinge and Doreen Dick. Doreen in the left lane for Rad Torque Systems. Gen 3 Camaro. Vinge in a Gen 1 Camaro, right-hand lane. Both drivers go 022. One of them 022 green, the other 022 red. Doreen finds the index. How about 1090 with a 5? Yeah, that'll work. Brad Vinge, 1092. Now Tony Hopkins. Larry Minor. Larry Minor used to be a regular here at Mission, competing with the Lordco Super Combo Series. Minor out of Cedro Woolley. '13 Northwest Nationals winner, right-hand lane. $10.94 and $10.85. Both drivers a little ways away. Now Martin Rochelle and Jess Dale. Jess Dale behind the wheel of the 1970 Dodge Dart in the right-hand lane. Martin Rochelle, former pro bracket world champion. Matching 033 lights. Rochelle in his very familiar Malibu goes 10.93. He's on the safe side of the index. Jess Dale under by a little bit, holding 2. Now Freddie Hoffman and Warren Jacobson. Warren Jacobson, local guy. Screen says Abbotsford, but I'm pretty sure he lives in Mission. Guess maybe he's just a little confused. Fred Hoffman in the right lane. He's been racing that 67 Camaro since like 1965 or something. Well, maybe not quite that long. Both racers above the dial. Now Steve Veach and James Elliott. James Elliott. Elliott in the right-hand lane. Kind of a cool car. 72 Grabber Maverick. So again, 2 more drivers on the safe side. 10.93 for Steve Veach, 10.95 for James Elliott. That'll bring up Aaron Durham and Lane Savar. Savar in the right lane. Savar driving a car that used to belong to Tom Woolley. I think that's his name anyway. How about 004 and 1089 with a 6? That's looking dialed. Aaron Durham 1085. Now a winner from a couple of weekends ago, Jerry Brown, to take on Dustin Ward. Dustin Ward, 2024 Division 6 Super Street champion. Both drivers turn it 00 red. Looking for 1090s, we go 1088 for Jerry Brown and 1091 for Dustin Ward. Now Dan Parsons, Adventure Dan. Going to line up beside Brian McGinnis. McGinnis, that beautiful 56 Chevrolet over there in the right-hand lane. McGinnis. Went to Vegas last year. The Division 6 rep for Pro Bracket. McGinnis, red by 7. Dan Parsons, plenty green with an 049. Dan Parsons does it. 10.9000. Nicely done. Brian McGinnis, 1088 with a 7. Now Dustin Martin and Matt Kielman. Kielman, the flat black Nova over their right-hand lane. Look for a nice big wheels up launch. Dustin Martin out of Gig Harbor, Washington. $10.93 for Matt Kielman, $10.88 for Dustin Martin. Now Herman Chan and Rob Zerbrug. Herman Chan, local guy from right here in Vancouver, goes 10.96, still a ways off. 10.87 for Rob Zerbrug. Al Meacham coming up right-hand lane. Won the Northwest Nationals back in 2011. The Jegs All-Stars in 2013. Wants to thank Justin Bond and JBS Equipment. Zach Zerbrug made a final round appearance a couple of weekends ago in Pro Bracket here at the Northwest National Open. Trying his hand at Super Street here this weekend. By the looks of it, just with the use of a restrictor plate. And I'm going to take a wild guess here and say he's got the right plate in there. How about 1090 with a 0? Not bad at all. 6 thou red to start things off. I'm going to say he's ready to go. So there's another class with qualifying and/or time trials complete. So Super Street will roll into eliminations tomorrow morning. It'll be random pairing for round 1. Then a ladder will be made up based on the results of round number 1. So here we are rolling right along through day number 1 of the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So River Valley Ford coming on board for 2026 and beyond. Brand new Ford dealership right here in Mission, BC. Beautiful facility. While you're in town, you should go check it out. However, you don't need to go all that way to see some brand new Fords, as we've got a couple on display right beside the timing tower. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Superstock to lanes 3 and 4. Superstock, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. We need Superstock to lanes 3 and 4, please. So here we go. Time trial number 3 for Supercomp. First pair, Blue Hayball and Reed Holland. Reed Holland goes 892 at 168. Blue Hayball 892 at 182. Now Dorcar versus Dragster. Greg Taylor, Dave Archambault. Archambault from Calgary, Alberta. Greg Taylor from Olympia, Washington. Greg Taylor was ready to go. 001 on the tree, 891 with a 9 at the finish line. Rod Belsham now. Little shorty dragster, tower side. Belsham from Prince George, BC. Paul Nero in the right-hand lane for Rad Torque Systems. Nero. In his Super Comp car, right-hand lane. Out of Aurora, Oregon. Belsham is 10 up front. Nero turns it red by 1. Belsham well under with an 882. Paul Nero plenty safe with an 896. Couple of black dragsters coming up now. Randy Beck calls Tacoma home over there in the right-hand lane. Former Northwest Nationals winner. Former Division 6 champion. Tower side, we've got Emmett McKillop. McKillop out of Selah, Washington. Got DG Machine on the valve covers. $899 with a 2 for Randy Beck. Emmett McKillop way safe with a 914. Steve Horton and James Cowie now. Steve Horton out of Port Orchard, Washington. That's my guess anyway. It's definitely from Port somewhere in Washington. James Cowie, tower side for Monday's Towing. Up walks uncle and, well, crew chief, Sean Cowie. How about Trip Zip? James Cowie, left-hand lane, trips and 892. Steve Horton, 889 with a 0. So how about that Cowie team? We've got a brand new car in the works. They decide to pull it out yesterday to make a little shakedown pass. And on its first ever full pull, goes 512, 280 miles an hour. Not bad. Mark Gillespie coming at you, right-hand lane. And Warren Keene. Couple of green lights. Top end, it's 898 versus 896. Chris Stone in his new car comes out to play in Super Comp. In a Dodge Stratus 2005, that was once a Pro Mod, built by Jerry Bickle. Chris Stone winds up 886 at just 131. Dale Green 891 with a 3. It was 001 at the hit. Now Mark Loftus and Ryan O'Connor. Ryan O'Connor out of Ponoka, Alberta in the right-hand lane. Loftus out of Sumner, Washington, over here Tower side. Ryan O'Connor, 004 to start things off. And way under the 890 with an 861 at the finish line. Mark Loftus on the safe side of the index at 894. Now Emily Gerard and Brandon Hutchinson. As mentioned earlier, Brandon Hutchinson scored the double 2 weekends ago here at Mission, winning Super Gas and Super Comp on the same day. Absolutely gorgeous 2022 American-built shorty dragster over there in the right-hand lane. Hutchinson, 002 to start things off, and 891 with a 7 through the top end. Emily Gerard, 013 on the tree, and 894. Selena Lenahan, left-hand side, 951. Just 126, so off the gas and coasting. Andrew Morris with an 896 at 174. Bobby Gordon out of Anchorage, Alaska. Left-hand side of the racetrack. TCS lane. Chris Cannon in the Roadster, right-hand lane, 63 Corvette. Here comes the finish line, and it says Chris Cannon is going 890. 890 with an 8. Bobby Gordon under by just 8 thousandths of a second. 889 with a 2. There's a couple of guys that are pretty much ready to go. Jessica Jewell. Single. Left-hand side of the racetrack out of Spokane, Washington. $5,000 red, then 893 at 179. Dylan Howe in what will be our final Super Comp car in our final round of time trials. Dylan Howe for Cascade Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach Center, and Justin Lamb Racing. Of course, Dad, the track record holder, top alcohol funny car, blew his own record away yesterday in testing. Dylan Howe, 18 on the tree, then 889 through the finish line, doing 184 miles an hour. That's a contender. Troy Olsenowski. In the wagon for Wagons of Steel. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top Dragster. We'll take Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Top Dragster, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Dragster, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Olsenowski now, coasting across the finish line. 1163, not what he was looking for. Maybe looking for a particular spot on the ladder. Nick Shepard went 976. Whole bunch of ugly noise out there for Larry Peterson. Not sure what was going on. Rick McKinney, meanwhile, trouble-free in the left lane. 1046 at 126 miles an hour. Both drivers absolutely killing it on the tree. McKinney turning it red by 1. Peterson was 005. Greg Amore from Regina, Saskatchewan. The Cobra Jet Mustang, tower side. Beautiful car. Factory super stock D. So it is a clutch car. Throwing through the gears. Ken Johnson. The 55 Chevy, right-hand lane. Greg with a 949. About a half second under the index. Johnson under by more than that. Sits number 10 in an 18-car field so far. Maurice Blendon. Super stock E automatic. Big Block Nova. 11:03, 116. Alan Marshall in the right-hand lane from Okotoks, Alberta, goes 11:60 at 112 miles an hour. Now William Bushmaker. And Doug Thomas. Thomas clearly in the Camaro right-hand lane as per the door. 1974 Barracuda Tower side. That's William Bushmaker, former Super Stock Winter Nationals champion. He goes 11:03 on the 11:85 index. Doug Thomas runs a half second under. Oliver Baxter and Rod Stultz now. Stultz in the S10, right-hand side. Wants to thank Al Macham. Baxter over here, tower side, behind the wheel of the Monte Carlo. Big wheels up leave in the left lane. Stultz leading the way at the finish line, 10-11. Getting there ahead of the 10:27 of Oliver Baxter. Now Ty Gaynor and Burke Taylor. Gaynor in an 08 Cobalt. Gaynor. Car making a bit of a left-hand turn during the wheelie, but looked like he stayed with it. Steered it back into the center of the groove, goes 9:58. While off the gas, coasting at 125. Burke Taylor in the right-hand lane went 10:25 at 128. Brian Thompson and Dave Jung now. Thompson, tower side. And the little Mustang. Superstock M automatic. Dave Jung, local guy from just across the river in Surrey. Dave Jung leaving on time, 008. The reaction time at the finish line, 10:58 on the 11:25 index. So Dave Jung in the number 9 position. Scott and Brad Burton out there. Father and son. Brad Burton in the right-hand lane goes 9:28. Behind the wheel, the Firebird that he won a $5,000 in last weekend in Woodburn. Scott Burton, left-hand lane, 8:94. Well over a second under the 10 flat index of GTD automatic. And that's going to complete qualifying for Superstock. Brad Burton, #1 qualifier. Scott Burton, #2. Rod Stoltz rounding out the top 3. Right behind him, Rick McKinney. And then William Bushmaker, #5. To round out the top 10, we've got Nick Shepard, Ty Gaynor, Troy Olsenowski, Dave Jung, and Alan Marshall. So we got Top Dragster in the staging lanes, ready to go. I want to thank Wright Trailers for bringing us Top Dragster and Top Sportsman here at the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. Just giving the track surface a little tune-up before we see the first pair roll under the bridge. Well, here we go. Final round of qualifying. Top dragster. Again, brought to us by Wright Trailers. James Kennedy and Justin Dohanek. Kennedy, red by 6 thou. Dohanek with a nice 13 light. Dohanek 689 through the top end. 192 miles an hour. James Kennedy with a 715 at 185. That's going to bring up Steve Horn and Tammy Peugeot. Tammy in the right-hand lane for Rad Torque Systems. Steve Horn also sporting Rad Torque Systems on the side of his dragster. Attention in the pits. Comp eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Comp eliminator. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need comp eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. Tammy Peugeot in the right lane. Tammy with a solid 0.28 reaction time. That'll definitely work. 7:17 through the top end. Steve Horn left first. He was 0:12, then 7:15. 200s quicker. Tammy Peugeot currently sitting number 15. The 25 top dragsters on the property. Derek Shirk in the right-hand lane. So Derek Shirk apparently stole the kid's car. .767, 171 miles an hour. So does not improve on his earlier 764. That'll set up the next pair. That looks like this. Monty Beagle left side, Cody Baker right side. A couple of Albertans from High River. Monty Beagle, Tower side. Beagle currently sitting number 12 with a 692. Cody Baker sitting number 13 with a 705. And a 696 for Monty Beagle. So no improvement there, not a big surprise. Slows by 400s in the heat of the day. Now Ed Vanderkoy and Jeremy Soares. Jeremy in the right lane. Out of Terrace, BC. Ed Vanderkoy. Most certainly see the slip joint in that dragster working. Ed Vanderkoy turns it red by 4, then goes 748. Jeremy Soares goes 734 at 179 miles an hour. Here comes Dan the Man. Mr. Rad Torque Systems himself. Left-hand side. Absolutely fantastic to see Dan Provo behind the wheel of a race car. Has definitely overcome some pretty serious challenges to be able to do that. Jeffrey Havens, right-hand side. Provo, number 1 qualifier with a 6:59. Slows by 4 hun, goes 6:63. Doing 203 miles an hour. Sub 1 second, 60 foot. Good looking run. Jeff Havens in the right lane, 7:19 at 186. In the right lane, 005. Then 677, 196 miles an hour. James Dury getting to the finish line first with a 663. Clint Geisey, right-hand lane out of Enumclaw, Washington. Some serious wheelbase over there in the right-hand lane. And Andy Morris, tower side. And a dragster that is for sale. There you go. Three bulbs lit. Waiting on Geisey. Now 4. Here we go. Oh, 25 on the tree for both drivers at the finish line. 669, 195 miles an hour for Clint Geisey in the right lane. Andy Morris with a 733 at 182 miles an hour. Single coming at you. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Chris Barton. So Chris Barton, 658, 202. Nice looking run over there in the right-hand lane. Chris Barton takes over the number 1 spot with that run. Dan Provo now number 2. Casey Plaisir. Megan Lee Gaynor. Plaisir, left-hand lane, sporting the number 1. The world champ. Gaynor leading the way over there in the right-hand lane, 671, 200 miles an hour. Pleasure, 726, 182. That's going to bring up Aaron Stanky. Stanky was not able to make a pass in Q2. In Q1, he rocked the place by going 6:04, so that doesn't count. Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun gets it done. Stanky in the right lane, 959 cubic inches between the frame rails of that 2026 Race Tech Dragster. Probably about 17 kits of nitrous, give or take. Stanky throws it in there deep. Interesting. 969 to the 60-foot. How about 616? 207 miles an hour for Aaron Stanky. Straight to the top by over a half a second. Well, no, not quite. So Aaron Stanky is looking pretty good here to be the #1 qualifier in both Wright Trailer's Top Dragster along with Wright Trailer's Top Sportsman. Gonna say he's got the #1 spot locked down here in Top Dragster. Kirk Lance, of course, with I'm going to say a small opportunity to squeak into the #1 spot in Top Sportsman. Dylan Howe in his brand new dragster, right-hand lane, goes 659, 204 miles an hour. Ty Gaynor right beside him, 749 at 178. That's going to bring up our final Top Dragster entry. That'll be Jessica Jewell. Jessica Jewell, final qualifying run in Top Dragster here at the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. Jessica with a 695, 192 mile an hour pass. So that's going to wrap up qualifying. Aaron Stanky, #1 with a 616, 207 mile an hour pass. Chris Barton, #2. Dylan Howe, #3, squeaked in just ahead of Dan Provo. Provo #4, and Jay Dury rounding out the top 5. So with that, I'm going to hand the announcing duties back over to Troy, and I'll be back on here sometime a little later.
Well, thank you, John. We are working our way through the day here, and we're making pretty good time. Gonna kick things off. Final qualifying comp eliminator coming at you right here. It's RVP and Jeff Lane. Jeff's driving Cody's Cavalier, the E Super Modified machine. Ralph Van Pappenham, left-hand side, the AE Econo Alter. Jeff currently sitting in the number 5 spot. RVP sitting number 6. Wheels up for both of them. Pouring on the coals to the top end. 729 at 179 for Ralph Van Papica. And Jeff Lane goes to the top. 821 at 162. Puts him 70 under the index. And just ahead of Anthony Schmiedel. That's Dino Cost. The C. Econo dragster out of Auburn, Washington. Dino currently sitting in the 8th spot. And that's Kevin Perkin. Perkin, the F Super modified. Sitting just ahead of Dino in the 7th spot. See where they land here in Q3. Super Gas, attention in the pits. Super Gas, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Scoreboard says 748 at 172 for Dino Cost, 873 at 154. For Perkin. So he'll jump up a spot to number 6. Dino still sitting number 8, 41 under the index. Kim Carter and Ryan Warder now. Warder in the 05 Sunfire. That's an E-Super modified car. Out of Olalla, Washington. And Kim Carter, the C dragster, wife to Dean. It says on my screen that she's crazy as a hoot owl, but she said it, not me. We're staged up, tree fires, and we are off and running. Ryan Warder turning the tire a little bit off the starting line. And Kim Carter shutting it down and coasting through. 731. Let's see, 905 at 122 for Ryan Warder. That'll land him in the 5 spot for now. 1111 at 72. No help for Kim Carter. So Anthony Schmidl backing it up right here. Regina, Saskatchewan. The A. Econo Altered 32 Bantam Roadster. Currently sitting number 2 on the sheet. 69 under the index. Off and running, and that thing is singing. 724 at 180. Dean Carter and Joe Locke now. Carter's in the left. Coming up out of Peoria, Arizona. 3-time world champ. The D-Cell Batteries machine. And Joe Locke. Joe from just down the road in Renton, Washington. A Street Automotive on board, Infinity Coach. And a Sonny's Power plant under the hood. Locke currently sitting in the 9 spot. Dean sitting at number 3. Top end scoreboard says 657 at 197 for Dean Carter. 749 at 131 for Joe Locke. Cody Lane, 734 at 154. I'll put him in the 4 spot. And that'll close out Comp Eliminator. So the sheet looks like this. Jeff Lane, Anthony Schmidl, Dean Carter, Cody Lane, and Ryan Ward are your top 5. Then it goes Kevin Perkin, RVP, Dino Cost, Joe Locke, and Kim Carter rounds out the top 10. So a quick touch up of the track here. We got the sprayer going down, and then we're going to get right into super gas. And the minute we do, I'm going to call Sportsman Motorcycle. So Sportsman Motorcycle, start getting your stuff rounded up. Start getting ready to head to the lanes, because when we send the first pair, I'm going to call for you. Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, Pro Tree to the back. We'll take you to 5 and 6. Sportsman Motorcycle to 5 and 6. We're getting into super gas. We're looking for 990. Daryl Baker and Rory Mosier. Mosier's in the right in the Roadster. The S10 pickup truck, and Daryl Baker's out there first. Big top end charge from Rory Mosier. 994 at 147. 996 at 153 for Daryl Baker. Nathan Huber and Kevin McNichol. McNichol in the Rad Torque Systems, Chevy 2, left-hand side, Nathan Huber, your 2025 Division 6 Super Gas champion, the S10 pickup truck out of Sumner, Washington. Top end scoreboard says 992 at 163 for Huber. McNichol 993 at 133. And we have confirmed that this is the first time ever in the history of always that Kevin McNichol has ever ran super gas. Hails right here out of Mission, BC. David Archambault and Greg Hare coming at you now. Greg finished number 3 in Division 6 last year. He's in the 90 Camaro, left-hand side. The topless 57 Roadster of Archambault in the right. And Archambault's 000 with a 7, so he's got it tuned up here And down there, 996 at 161. Gonna need to be quicker than that, David. 1004 at 117 for Greg Hare. Brent McKinney and Andrew Sargent now. And once again, I will take Sportsman Motorcycle to 5 and 6, Pro Tree to the back. McKinney, the first gen Corvette Roadster, left-hand side, the 86 Daytona of Andrew Sargent sits to his right. Sargent's off the stop first and headed down there. Here comes Brent McKinney, 990 with a 5 at 166 for McKinney. Sargent, 994 at 155. Dan Davis and Dean Peterson now. Davis in the left, a long list of accomplishments for Dan Davis, coming to us from Tacoma, Washington. Recently won the National Open right here in Mission. Dean Peterson, former D6 champ. .992 with a 6 at 166 for Davis. 992 at 164 for Dean Peterson. Cool as it gets. Out of Surrey, BC. Kevin Griffiths in the Roadster to his right. And they cross the finish line. 991's a pair with a 6 on both sides of the racetrack. Griffiths does it at 152. Glenn does it at $141. Lots of ways to skin a cat in super gas. Steve Lowe and Brandon Hutchinson. He's in the 02 Corvette Roadster, left-hand side. Steve Lowe from Langley, BC, in that third-gen Firebird right-hand side. And top sportsman, I will take you to lanes 3 and 4. And we'll put a bow on this thing here on Thursday. Steve Lowe's 005 up front. They're both off the stop and headed to the top end. Scoreboard says 988 at 168 for Steve Lowe. Hutchinson, 990 with a 5 at 159. Ed Hutchinson and Sandra Bracy Nero. Sandy's roots run deep in super gas. We celebrated the anniversary of this class last year, and the Bracys had a whole lot to do with it. When it started out as pro gas. Sandy's 72 up front, that's no good, and 1001 at the other end is also not where she wants to be. She'll get it tuned up. They'll go to work. And we'll see her tomorrow, round number 1. 993 at 159 for Hutchinson. Kirk Lance and Mark Simmons. Simmons in the left out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. The 69 Camaro Roadster. Lance right out of Mission in the 68 Camaro Roadster. 5 thou between them up here. Lance off the stop first. Pull alongside each other at the finish line. 990 with a 2 at 170 for Mark Simmons. Lance, 994 at 172 on the board. Todd Sims and Cooper Chun. Sims is in the Pro. Cooper's in the Corvette. Scoreboard says 990 with a 0 for Todd Sims. As perfect as you can be on the big end for Todd Sims. Cooper Chun's 52 up front, 991 at a buck 56. How about Todd Sims? It's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. Chris Cannon and Josh Meloff. Meloff in the left, the 57 Corvette Roadster. Chris Cannon in the 63 Roadster to his right. Rad Torque Systems on board, and a whole bunch of other people that help out Chris Cannon. He's looking for the contingency money, man. He got the stickers covered. Not even strategic about it. Just slap them on the door. Cannon's 004, Meloff, let's go 17. Off the stop and charging to the big end. Scoreboard says at 995 at 176 for Chris Cannon. Meloff, 992 with a 5 at a buck 62. Donald Jewell and Eddie Plaisir now. Plaisir's in the shoebox, left-hand side, out of Edmonton, Alberta. Rad Torque Systems helping him out. Impact powder coat. Jewell out of Spokane, Washington, in the 57 Vet Roadster with the big old scoop. They asked him how much hood scoop he wanted. He said he wanted all of it. He's 26, Plaisir's 45. Scoreboard says 991 at 145 for Eddie. 994 at a buck 67 for Donald Jewell. And that will finish out Super Gas. 2 classes to go, and one of them's in the water right here. Sportsman Motorcycle coming at you. Top Sportsman, we've called you to lanes 3 and 4. Jay Dudley and Lindsey Miller going to kick things off. Dudley's in the left, the 05 Yamaha. Lindsey, the ZX14 machine, right-hand side. 61, the number on the tail of that bike. Says 924 at 145 for Miller, 977 at 138 for Dudley. Qualify them off of their reaction time. Miles Hodder currently sitting number 1. He's 002 to start the day. Well, they're both red there, so neither one of them going to move anywhere on the sheet. Clayton Potter and Stephen Campbell will be your next pair. Campbell's in the left. 1,500 cc's of Suzuki power. Potter to his right on the ZX14. On the starting line, top end. Scoreboard says 813 at 155 for Stephen Campbell. 9:15 at 149 for Potter. Steve Miller on the single. Let's go 54, runs it down there, 877 at 152. Alamond will also be on a single here. Doug Port and Shannon Frank now. Some Sportsman snowmobiles. 801 at 168 for Shannon. 965 at 123 for Doug. Zach Toth sending it down through there right now. He's 20 up front, banging through the gears, headed to the top end. Scoreboard says 8:58 at 150. There's a lot of things in drag racing that I'd really like to do. Trying to hang on to one of these things is not one of them. Absolutely crazy if you ask me. Hey, it's Cody Compton. He's from around my way. The '08 Suzuki. Cody Minor and Don DePeel. Don DePeel's in the right, the 74 KZ. Minor from Red Cliff, Alberta, Canada, Stargate Technologies. IMX RV and Dave Toth helping him out. Peel, 864 at 148, 894 and 147 on the boards for Cody Minor. And that will close out Sportsman Motorcycle. So we got one class left, Q3 Top Sportsman, to finish out what has been a really, really nice day as we kick things off. The Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals here at Mission Raceway Park. For the first time ever, I've been to a lot of cool facilities, especially lately. Been traveling all over the country the last couple years, going to big money events and doing NHRA stuff. And this is my first time to Mission Raceway Park. And what a beautiful place it is. Sitting here on the banks of the Fraser River, looking off into the distance at the mountains.
I know, right? I did a double take too, so it looks like a heart.
Not a bad place to race. Went over, we have places down in the States. They say they have poutine, but it's not the real deal. So able to get me some authentic poutine, which is really nice for lunch. I need a nap after that. And I blame Mike Eames for that. But I got some of that. I got some Rocco's Diner last night. I got initiated at Rocco's, and that was awesome. Got my event t-shirt. We're kicking things off good. We're having a good weekend so far. Checking all the boxes. Thanks to those of you who have followed along all day on NHRA YouTube and NHRA TV. We got 3 more days in store for you. Eliminations tomorrow for the Sports Nationals. Then we'll have qualifying on Saturday for the Divisional, and then run eliminations on Sunday. Top Alcohol will be coming back. So here we go. Q3 Top Sportsman presented by Wright Trailers. We're going to kick things off with Jan Christensen and Jason Severstein. Jason from right here in Mission, British Columbia. Jay's Speed Shop. Jay's Power Sports Engine and Dyno Service. Christensen over from Langley. Christensen out like a rocket ship. It starts dancing around and Jan has to shut it down. Severstein runs it out 766 at 174 miles an hour. So Jan will stay in the number 9 spot for now. Severstein sitting number 22. This is Scott Robinson and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the ride out of Pasco, Washington. Sitting number 5 on the board. Scott Robinson is sitting number 23. The Rad Torque Systems 94 Chevy Beretta out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. Postma Farms, Lordco Auto Parts. See if Scott can make a move here. Needs to be better than 765 with a 7 to move up the board. Kevin Shear, 668 at 205 will land him in the 5 spot. 769 at 178 keeps Scott Robinson at number 23. Bill King and Sean Herbst. King in the right, currently sitting number 4, Herbst. Sits in the number 7 spot out of Selah, Washington, the 68 Firebird. Bill King's 994 to 60 feet, 659 at 210. And that's a hun slower than what he's got on the board right now. 688 at 199 for Herbst. And he'll stay in the 7 spot. Barry Stetner and Aaron Steinke. Steinke currently sitting number 1, and it is likely that that is where he will stay. Stetner's got some room to move. Currently sitting number 18. Stettner out of shape, has to shut it down. Steinke 869 at 105. Also shut it down. Barry pulling off to the side of the track down there, still rolling just a little bit. And then finally gets it stopped. So we got the safety truck down there. They're going to take a look at Barry Stettner, see what we got to do to get him off the track. Hopefully nothing too major. They can get that thing fixed back up, and we'll see him tomorrow morning. And clearly nothing too major, because Barry fires it up, and he's going to drive it off under its own power. Blake Foster and Dale Phillips wait up here in the water. Phillips in the 16 spot. Foster currently sitting at the bottom of the sheet. So Phillips and Foster bring it to the line. Dale's in the right, Blake Foster in the left. Out of St. George, Utah, they are off and away, and Dale Phillips is way out front. 7:48 at 181 for Phillips, 8:08 at $1.66 for Foster. Paul Soares and Richard Kirk. Now, Soares in the left. The raked roof 55 Chevy. Kirk in the right in the 93 Lumina. He's in, ready to go. This tree's going to go fast. You got to be ready, Paul. Oh, look at my guy. 752 at 177. 823 and 169 on the boards for Richard Kirk. Soares number 17, Kirk number 14. Ken Orser and Jeremy Waterman backing him up. Waterman's in the left out of Harrow, Washington. The 05 Grand Am. Currently sits in the 13 spot, Orser. The 06 GTO from Abbotsford, British Columbia. And he sits in the number 15 spot. Jeremy Waterman's 000 with a 4, then runs it out 726 at 188, 742 at 187 for Orser. So Waterman moves up a spot to number 13. Orser stays in the 15 slot. Mike Lucas and Darren Williams now. Darren's in the left out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Classic Performance, Commercial Powertrain, Legacy Speed and Body, VP Racing Fuels. Whole lot of people helping out the Williams crew this weekend. Mike Lucas in the 68 Camaro. Lucas currently sitting number 12. Williams, he's in the 11th spot. And he shook the tires, had to let out of it. Lucas will make it down there 725 at 187. Tommy Gaynor and John Ermish now. Ermish in the right, clock's on the scoreboard, 685 at 203. For Tommy Gaynor, 755 at 179. He's landed in the 19 spot. Ermish sits number 6. This is Benji Martin backing it up. Benji's 12 red, but he's on a nice rip to the top end. Scoreboard says 697 at 195 for Benji Martin. Brody Soares and David Kowalski. Kowalski backing it up right-hand side, the 70 Nova. Dachau Ventures. Brody's out of Terrace, British Columbia, that 2003 Chevy Cavalier. Down there, 766 at 180. I wish Will Yakimitz would quit making so much noise. I can't hear myself think, Will. So Kowalski lands in the 10 spot. Brody soars, sits number 21. This is your number 2 and number 3 qualifiers right now. Kirk lands. It's 1 in a million, but I'm saying there's a chance. He got a lot of ground to make up if he wants to put himself ahead of Aaron Steinke. Really not a whole lot of incentive to do so. Sitting number 2. He'd have to be faster than 6'11" and slower than 6'10". There is a window, but it's a really, really tight one. Yakimitz. He'd have to be way faster to get ahead of Kirk. Also, not much incentive for him. He's 636 and 224. Oh, that's a good-looking drag race right there. I said there was a chance. Kirk lands 6'10" with a 3 at 231 miles an hour to close out the day and land himself in the number 1 spot in Top Sportsman. So it goes Lance, Steinke, Yakimitz, King, and Shearer, your top 5. Ermish, Herbst, Martin, Jan Christensen, David Kowalski to round out the top 10. And that will finish on-track action here today. We have a 10 a.m. start time tomorrow. Eliminations, the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals here at Mission Raceway Park. We're making history this weekend. We hope you all have a good and safe evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning.